Romeo, the rose-breasted cockatoo from the interior of Australia. Hello, Romeo.
A little way up the river, there's another fisherman, a great blue heron. Look carefully at how he is built. See his long neck and his long, sharp bill? How do you think he catches fish?
So, I have been well, but I'm not going to say bedridden. There was one day where I was, but I haven't been. No, I've been away for a little while, but I'm going to try and get back into the swing of things now. So, starting off with our first episode of ours, a short stream. I do not know if that is my frame rate on the other. There is. Probably gonna have to sign in because I'm. Fire a viewer stamp. Or do I just have to say. Wow, I don't have to sign in. I just have to say yes, I agree, this is for mature audience. Interesting. Right. Well. Leave that up. On the side. Keep attention to my frame rate. But. I am probably going to and use my phone. But. Hello. It's been a week or so. I have been eating things and then subsequently dying from eating things. So, it's been an interesting week. I spent the whole week trying to figure out what exactly was causing it. All the way down from the first culprit, which was a slightly undercooked steak, turns out that would have been fine, followed by slightly undercooked / slightly old chicken. Didn't smell, but it was in the fridge for just around where my comfort zone starts to end. Following the chicken, we got the next culprit. Olive oil, that is 3 years past its prime, or even longer actually.
The heron eats many fish.
Which I did use a little bit of in a stir fry. Going past that, I went through the same cycle. There was more steak, more chicken, there was the leftovers of course, the stir fry, and the last culprit, which I thought would have sort of solved the mystery for me, was a filet mignon. But I had no side effects from the filet mignon, except this whole time I wasn't even paying attention. There'd been one constant throughout most of my meals, not including the stir fry, which was this cheese sauce. And I think in hindsight, I made it a little bit too rich with cheese. And I have a hunch that's what's been giving me grief. But I'm out of cheese sauce. I've had the last of it with my filet steak mignon. So, as best I can tell, I should be fine to go back to a regular schedule of some kind now. And we're going to try exactly that. Alright, first things first, updates in Elder Scrolls news for those who are interested. My shop. Where's my shop gone? We got there. So, brand new on the shopping list. You've got the new chapter coming out on June 5th, 2023. June 5th! This is a bit fucking far in advance. Either way, I thought that was February a minute ago. Apparently not. It's a new region, a new DLC, new chapter, new story, new quest, new area, and all of the new goodies that come with that. You get the Telvanni Peninsula. Shadow over Morrowind is the main questline. The new class is going to be Arcanist, which comes with the chapter, but I assume will be sold separately if you do not buy the chapter. And 2 new companions. That's the core kit. You do get Crown Experience Scrolls and treasure maps, whether or not you buy either edition. That's the latest chapter. June 5th. It's gonna be cooking for a while. I'm looking forward to the new region, though. I assume... I've seen this place up here in the top of the map for a while. but I assume it's this piece of land up here. I don't actually know. It could be any of the land masses surrounding. There's even a little tiny area down here. It could be any of them. But I've had my eye on this piece of land here for a very long time because I don't think that's on any of the third era maps. So I figured that would be something they'd had cooking. As far as other things in Elder Scrolls news, we have the 2 current sales for the event that's on at the moment. Season of the Dragon DLC bundle is 50% off for 9 days, and the Elsewhere region is 50% off for 9 days. This comes with North or South? I think it's North. I think it comes with North, and I'm pretty sure Southern Elsewhere is somewhere else. Don't quote me on it. It could be both. I'm not actually sure. But that's all the money stuff. As far as everything else, I've actually been out of the loop on Elder Scrolls in a little while. Got myself some nice goggles. I think they suit. Hopefully the stream isn't going to be chugging because it was absolutely abysmal frame rates in the preview in OBS, but I've got OBS behaving. I messed around with the settings. I really wanted to push for high texture resolution, but that seems to be the problem. We're 1 away! I'm 1 away from max carry capacity, look at that. But yeah, the texture quality seems to be the culprit for making the game slower or faster loading. So I don't know if the textures are being streamed from a central server, or if they actually are on my machine and the hard drive is just dying. Either way, we're stuck with medium. That's my compromise. It doesn't run super smooth, but it also doesn't look like trash. Things kind of look okay. I really wish I could get closer to the goggles. I want to know if they actually reflect the world. Ooh, and no. No, they don't. I'm staring at a wall here, and it's got visions of a mountain and a oasis slash plains? And what looks like a helicopter. I've done my dailies. Today we're going to Elsewhere. We're not going to be spending too long. I just wanted a quick stream to say hello. Quick way to explain where I've been. It's not a very interesting story. I've just been a little sick. Not even that. So, off we go. The event at the moment, actually there's some news I can share. At the moment, the event on currently is Season of the Dragon. Elsewhere. No, where is it? Can't stop walking. There's an event quest. New mounts, new pets. Event! Season of the Dragon celebration. Relive the glory of the Season of the Dragon by participating in activities within its various zones and dungeons. Oh, you can scroll! That's kind of neat. Complete daily quests in Northern or Southern Elsewhere to earn reward boxes, earn event tickets from daily quests, and check the impresario for unique rewards. I've seen everyone just going around murking dragons. I don't know if dragons drop event boxes as well, but we're going to probably start off with the event quest, depending how long it takes. Maybe we'll do the first chapter, and then move on to doing just some dragon. That's the plan. We have no idea where the dragons are to port over, do we? Just jump over to Rimmen? How do I get there? I made myself some more noodles. In the spirit of eating things and dying. I made shitty noodles. They're chicken broth. So it's a chicken stock, chicken noodle pack. I've used dehydrated noodles today. Nothing fancy. Dehydrated noodles, chicken stock, lightly fried egg, and a tiny bit of cheese and a little bit of butter. So if I disappear again for another 2 days, blame the noodles, because everything I've been eating lately is killing me. Now, admittedly, I've been having that cheese sauce that it made a lot. I made so much cheese sauce. I ended up having enough for about 5 meals worth. But that's finally gone. And if that was the culprit, I should be fine. Cheese and because I even went through this thing of like considering if it was lactose intolerance for a little while. So I got these digestive aid, like it's like a breakfast supercharged milk drink. The ones that proclaim to do a billion things and don't really feel much better for drinking them. But they're meant to have all the good chemicals in them or whatever. The probiotic is that. Healthy sugars and bacteria. But I haven't been having any weird reactions with me. The only thing I've been having weird reactions with is everything, with no limiting factor. Italy, West. You know something that's actually been nice about streaming? I've been paying more attention to the map directions north, south, east, and west. In my brain, if I say the wrong direction, it doesn't matter because I still hit the correct direction, and I've never had to had any accounting for walking the wrong way. I just go that way. So when in the past I've said, oh, I gotta go west to myself, that's it. I never think, oh no, that's wrong, it's actually east, or vice versa. North and south, I get right. I'm fine with north and south. But east and west, I've been getting wrong so many times. It's not easy. And the difference between just playing a game and saying I need to go east and actually west is that when I'm playing a game by my own, I never realize. When I say it out loud and people are watching, it makes me suddenly almost auto-correct myself. Like, wait, is it? Double check. And usually it's wrong. But over time, I've finally managed to, I think, figure out... Oh, Lord, load in. Finally managed to figure out the east and west difference. West is left. East is right. I mean, it was even so bad, I would see the sun rise, know the sun rises in the east, and still say west. But I'm not that bad. Occasionally. Hello, Captain Samara. Can I help you?
Ah, are you here because of the summons? Excellent. It is good to know that heroes come from all over Tamriel to assist elsewhere. Of course, this one cannot send people to die without proper training.
What exactly is the EDF? Oh, sorry, the EDDF.
It's an initiative this one began to properly train fighters to face down the dragons plaguing elsewhere. Without leaving behind heaps of charred bodies, of course. You'd be surprised how poorly some of the recent battles have gone.
No, I probably wouldn't be that surprised. I've seen some of these before.
Just last month, this one saw a spirited Argonian leap into the fray, clutching a rusty frying pan for a weapon. It has been trying. However, since our training sessions began, this one has seen improvements, and far less frying pans.
I've seen an Argonian wield an orcish battle maneuver before.
As far as administrative members, it is just myself and Apprentice Taz for the moment. But all over elsewhere there are fighters who have benefited from our specialized training. We hope to expand our efforts to other parts of Tamriel soon.
Okay, that's worrying. The dragon's going to be appearing in other parts of Tamriel.
This one was born here and elsewhere, but spent many
Dodging
years
the question, I
traveling
see.
Tamriel as a mercenary. When I received word about dragons terrorizing my home, I could not sit idly by. This one had to return.
It's very dutiful of you.
In whatever way this one could, yes. Samara came to realize that her time spent as a mercenary could be useful to others. This one learned much throughout my journeys. If I could share that and save lives, there was no question in my mind.
Do you hate dragons? I don't think there's much emotional weight put into something that you just must be rid of. Like a pest, it's terrifying. Hate is such a weird phrase. No. Revere them, I would think.
At first I did not. This one thought they were just mindless beasts, loosed upon Tamriel. Samara has since learned they were quite intelligent. To knowingly wreak such havoc, they must be truly wicked. They have earned my hatred.
We live in a world of Aedra and... The fact Mundus has been allowed to blossom like it has is honestly nothing shy of a miracle. Was that
An effective
nothing to
course
do
on
with the quest? We only
dragon
talked about the plot
courtesy
pieces,
of the
apparently.
Elsewhere Dragon Defense Force. As of late, the scaly beasts have caused far too many deaths. To combat this one put together a proper training program for both amateurs and veterans alike.
Is this anything I would be interested in?
3 trials. First, you must retrieve a piece of vital draconic knowledge. Second, test your combat prowess by securing a Defense Force standard from the depths of a dungeon. Finally, you must present to me a fresh dragon heart. Are you interested?
I'm sorry. Hang on. Let me clarify. Your training to stop people being murdered by dragons includes and is punctuated by going and fighting a dragon. So your training is just proving you won't die in combat. Is this just you having a fancy way of not signing up all the people who die in training so that you can make your numbers look better?
We shall see if you're up to the task. Speak to this one's apprentice Taz for more details. He can say more about each one of the trials themselves.
I mean, it's easy to see why there's less Argonians being lost in battle using frying pans. If you just never sign them up because they do that dying in the training. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's like a jungle gym. Dragon heart at the end of the jungle gym. Let's go find. Hello.
I see you've agreed to the trials. How exciting! You will not regret your efforts. I promise you. Captain Samara has put her heart and soul into the Elsewhere Defense Force. Each trial was thought through with care.
I apparently have to speak with you to sign up.
Of course. First, the trial of knowledge. We suspect that there are buried tablets in the canyon surrounding the Stitches that contain ancient dragon-slaying secrets. The only mandatory part of your task is to locate one and bring it to me there.
So you there? Are you going to meet me there?
If you so choose, I have a few of my draconic-themed questions for you. A small exam, if you will. Such fun. Next, the trial of endurance. You must battle to the depths of a dungeon within Elsewhere and claim the Defense Force standard placed inside.
Seems easy enough.
The trial of bravery. the most harrowing but necessary test. Knowledge and skill mean nothing without the metal to face your foe. Slay a dragon and bring Captain Samara its heart to prove your courage.
So I was right. You're killing off the trainees before they sign up, so that you have less recruit deaths. Interesting. A curious strategy, but I suppose if the people that die don't sign up, then yes, your numbers of deaths decrease under the command of your... I'll be on my way. First one was a tablet, right?
Wonderful, anytime. I'm happy to be of service. Please let me know if you need further assistance. Many have approached the trials with hope and determination. Not all have the strength to see them through, but I have a good feeling about you.
I imagine not. I imagine there's some Argonians and orcs with frying pans who don't make it through the trials. Ah, well. That's why you have them like this, don't you? Don't turn your back to me. Wave me. Crooked bunch of military personnel. Although, when you need to keep morale high against a group of dragons, I don't suppose shady tactics are the worst. It's still a bit shit, though. To make it seem like our recruits aren't dying off, we'll send them to go die before signing up. Itchy. Where are we going? Holiday event. Bane of Dragons. Oh! Orcrest. The Trial of Endurance, the Trial of Knowledge, and then you've got the dragon over there. The one thing that annoyed me about Orcrest was that there was no shrine anywhere but south of it, and I have to go through a dragon to do that. So I suppose I am going to summon... Oh, there it is. Hello. We're going to summon... Call upon the Lord. Teleport across the land. And we're going to start by killing ourselves a dragon. Since it's in our way, it'd be silly to walk past it. Although it may already be dead.
Argonians exiled from the Grey Mile. Will the Dominion do so to KHAJIIT one day?
I gotta go. No. Harvesting things is too Moorish.
Doing something with magic-y?
No. Our horses haven't loaded in either. I wonder if they're on the same mount. There's a world boss over there. We gotta head north to Orcrest. I'm just surprised that Northern Elsewhere has world bosses at all, considering there are dragons just roaming. I just suppose it's not the same equivalent. World bosses are things you fight statically in the world. Dragons are just... like, High Isle has the volcanoes. Volcanoes are not world bosses, but they're like open world group events, kind of. The dragons are just that equivalent. One of the key differences. I'm trying to think how many world bosses you can solo or do with a small group, because the dragons are definitely a step above that. The volcano events in High Isle, they're not terribly difficult once you realise what you're actually meant to be doing. A lot of it is just playing to a pattern. The Flame Atronachs will only have a set number of moves. The Flame Golems will have another set number of moves. Atronachs you could kind of DPS down. They're a bit annoying. Golems are pretty easy to deal with. I've got close to duoing down a volcano. And it would have been fine. The other person didn't know how to interrupt the golem. Once I started interrupting the golem, I think we got a lot further. But it was a very interesting interaction. Because I was trying to focus on a little bit of DPS and healing. Since they didn't have much healing in that kit, I was trying to keep them alive as best I could. But there was a move the golem did where he would basically slam his fist into the ground, and that would then cause targeted attacks. So he would basically auto-target us. We had no say. Is it up or down? Up. Rock. Trespassing, eh? I didn't even see them there. Where? They just phased away. Beep. Something either sold or... I didn't put much bait out today. In fact, I'm pretty sure my most enticing item on the store at the moment Yes, is the target item I would like to sell itself. Sounds loading well. I don't know if I should restart ESO.
Watch your step in the stitches.
But sitting here waiting for dialogue like this and the texture loading at the moment is a bit abysmal, so...
Oh, there you are. Lovely to see you again. Do you have a tablet for me to inspect?
I found this, I hope it's what you meant.
Let's see. Fascinating. This is certainly worthy of the trial of knowledge. Well done. I'll see to it that this information is passed into the records of the Elsewhere Defense Force. Are you interested in the additional challenge?
Are you telling me this was like actually on... Wait, a newfound relic? I thought you'd gone down here and buried this. I didn't realize we were actually finding unknown knowledge. Well, gone this far. What am I doing over in Orcrest?
To achieve absolute victory in the knowledge trial, the challenge is simple. You must answer all of my questions regarding dragon lore correctly. Surely you'll have no trouble. Do you accept the challenge?
Sure.
Excellent. First, what is a dragon's main form of conveyance? How do they most often get around, so to speak?
Who are you planning to weed out with this kind of test? Or are you lowballing the first three so that the fourth one's tricky?
Correct! Next question. What is the name of the dragon god of time?
Akatosh.
Yes, perhaps the most well-known dragon. It carries quite a power, doesn't it? And finally, what manner of creature typically...
Atronox.
Correct again. Truly, you are a learned scholar of dragon lore. I will let
No.
Captain Samara know you've proven yourself twice over in the trial of knowledge. Well done.
I am so glad you quizzed me on my middle grade elsewhere schooling. Far out. Is that how low your bar for entry is? I still don't know what I'm meant to go do at Orcrest. I suppose I'll just go ask someone over at Orcrest, shall I? In a shattered crate beneath the stitches. I really want it. Zraj. I don't know how you pronounce it. If there's any vanity instrument I can get, it's the one I want. I miss the bounce. I might have to reload because even my casting is a little delayed at the moment. Let PC you to the title. I keep forgetting to do that. And there's a way shrine over here. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna head over to the way shrine. As best we can figure. Hey, Void. How are you doing? There's the way shrine. North of the Stitch? Is that what that place is called? Da, 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 There we go. And I'm gonna have to relog. There we go. Next, Oakrest. But for now, a quick departure. Shouldn't take too long to get back into the game, but it is just chugging a little bit. My horse is very funny. I like my new horse. A very good horse. Believe it or not, he's made out of mushrooms. But I believe the mushrooms are this special type of fungus that in sunlight and to that effect also moonlight, they're invisible. And that is not complete BS. It's made up because it's a bugged horse. Not entirely. It is mushroom. It is a mushroom horse. What music do we have on? Good music. No, the horse is bugged, and it is made out of mushroom. What's that? No, go away. Go away. How do I go back to the top? Oh my good lord. I don't need shitty icons for Microsoft Edge on my desktop. I don't know why you think I would now that I'm actually... Ugh. What's this picture? 1891 by 248 dimensions. Love how ZOS test absolutely nothing, then ship it. Normally, I would argue. Normally, I would say I'm sure they tested it. And then patching over to live might have caused some unforeseen bugs. But we straight up have an invisible horse. As much as I want to say I'm sure they tested it, we straight up have an invisible horse. So I don't know. Don't know. Maybe there's someone in the QA team that just has a sense of humor. And since it didn't break the game, they shipped it. Maybe that's a look. You know what? I could appreciate if that is the case and it's just someone in QA with a sense of humor. And so long as the game isn't broken, forgiving, of course, certain add-ons. Back when they did the expansion to the map of High Isle, I know that the Harvest Map expansion, Harvest Map add-on got broke, but ZOS can't test for add-ons. That, but I like the headcanon, just someone with a sense of humor. So long as the bug is cosmetic, then yeah. What the fuck? Void, he's not invisible anymore. He's right there. So who now? Okay. We've seen the mushrooms. They are not powered by sunlight to go invisible. It is functioning. It is in the game. It is right there. Do you think it's still going to be there when we mount him in the actual game? Do you think we can load in and actually see the horse? Because what's fascinating about the bug is that it doesn't just affect me. It affects everyone. No one can see the horse. Once they gave everyone who didn't buy DLC a DLC, so people went and completed the entire thing in a few hours. That's not a bad bug, though. And for all of the shade we do give the QA team sometimes, at least they can take it on the chin. They don't seem to get super annoyed and butthurt by bugs and stuff like that. Well, We have seen the mushroom horse in all of its glory. It does exist. But is it shy? Maybe it just hates Northern Elsewhere. They patched the PTS crown store once, which had all items for 1 crown. Interesting. So, out of curiosity, the PTS crown store, is that taken from the same prize pool as what you get in the main? Is it account purchase still? Patching it to main, there would be no difference. You'd get it on your main account. Unless they all reverted to purchases, but... If I log into PTS and the crown store costs 1 crown each, how does that work? I can't just log into PTS and buy crap for cheap, because then everyone would just buy crap on PTS. So obviously it doesn't stick to your account, which then makes me wonder, does it charge your account? And, well, the verdict is in. Horse is just shy. Like, clearly I can't go onto the PTS and buy the new... Well, not the new. Let's say... Have a look. If I was on the PTS and I wanted to test this pack here and it was for sale for 1 crown, would it charge from my 10,675? You get all DLC and 5.5 crowns to test. Oh, so it's a different selection. Okay, cool. I apologize if sometimes the phrasing is very roundabout. Pig! Oink. Oh yeah, there's bonus drops here. I should be killing things. That didn't give me bonus anything. Wait, hang on. Is that bonus drops? Potions, food, soul gems, repair kits, scrolls, writing lessons, poisons. Do I have that? For 550 writing lessons alone. Okay, hear me out. I want that for the pool alone. Okay, here we go. Earn reward boxes, event tickets from daily quests, check the impresario for unique rewards. There does not appear to be bonus drops. I just got lucky on my first pig. Dang it. Where do we go to get that house? And can I also do that with cash? Probably not. I doubt there's gonna be. The last thing I want to do is get distracted by another whole zone quest catalog thing. Honestly, if I end up doing zone questing for housing again, I'm probably not going to stream it. Say that like I'm not just going to be sat here in my fat ass playing the game anyway. I'm going to open this and just catalog that. But that's my point. It's like I'm just doing nothing. I can't be entertaining. I'm just doing it for the sake of cataloging the event.
Trust me, he said. Believe in our Lord of Infection and Pestilence, he said.
You normally talk to yourself out loud?
Oh, great Lord of abundant pus and bountiful vomit, why have you forsaken me?
Don't call me those things, and I don't even know you. How can I forsake you?
Everything is wrong. My friend Martina entered this flu-ridden city to recruit followers for KHAJIIT, but he hasn't returned. I fear the diseased beasts inside have devoured him like a massive scab. Please tell me you can help.
Well, I could go in and have a look. I was entering there anyway. Uh-oh.
Look for his belongings. He's always dropping things because of his numbing hand fungus. I would do it myself if it weren't for my responsibilities. If he's dead, someone has to carry on our sacred duties. What do you say? Will you rescue Martina?
I'll go in and have a look, but I'm not doing any sacred duties.
You will?
No.
Bless you, brave hero. May KHAJIIT rot your teeth and cover your face in scabies.
It's just... yeah.
Everything! My scalp is itchy, my bowels are irritable, my feet are caked in creamy fungus. Peryite has blessed
Really,
me in
you
so
say?
many ways. I want everyone to experience his sickening glory.
I know an orc over in Gratwood, Greymore, could actually use a bit of your help. The cooking is lovely, trust me. It's nothing to do with creamy feet, don't worry. Probably. It's a dead... It's not even a... It's a vulture. Not even a raven. Vultures are dying. I don't have much hope for whatever's inside. Hey! I think there's a dragon inside. This is Orc Quest. On PTS you get 10 mil gold, 10 mil telebar, 5.5 crowns, everything is 1 crown. The other content is free. I also know you do get max level, so you can actually test builds on PTS. And I know as far as speedrunning main questline, PTS is the place to go. Start a new character, max level, max speed, max move speed, max mount speed. Get all of your benefits, boons, and bonuses, and then run off and do the main questline for the speedrun. Which I haven't forgotten about. I've just indefinitely postponed it. Do you think I should be eating any food from Orcrest? What is that? Plague harpy. Father told Shazar not to look, but she did. There was a cart full of dead KHAJIIT. One of them was a passpar, who snuck candy from one of the market. And said her fur was very nice. Shazar didn't know what to say, so she ran away. It's horrible. How much health do you have? Get out. A very ominous coming from this place. You're just diseased, so this thing is some kind of zombie trick. Actually does. Right. That's locked. How did I get through here? You're the only friendly thing in this place. You know what? No, you get to live. I wouldn't betray the only thing that doesn't attack me on sight. Apparently I have to head that way. I'm even going the wrong way. Why is the game so quiet for me? Why, the effects are quieter than I remember. What am I looking for here? Search for Marthene's belongings. Is that Marthene? No, that's just another zombie.
drink and damn safe. Drink water, milk.
KHAJIIT.
Else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water's health is fucking bitch. You better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
The chicken walked up. I thought it was a gnome. Is that all I needed? Probably not. Does mean we're in the right direction. Do I know who Nordagloop is? I do not. Oh. Bug goes. Hey, you're just hiding here. Silly bug. Thank you for paying your tithe to the Bird Empire, Tom. The biggest betrayal for questing in any game ever, and Bethesda, I think, is the leading culprit on what caused this trend. Quest markers in the overworld. This is getting a little more sinister. How do I know this is Malthine's? In what world do I have any inclination that belonged to a priest of Pyrite? Wait. Never seen a skeletized flame atronach. Ember, move. Come over here. Do you mind? Trying to take a screenshot here. This is all very... Do you mind? You know what this'll do? I don't hate seeing it on fire a little bit. Because normally they explode like that.
When the new main rises,
Hello. Da 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 da. Oh, and a hydrate. I don't have a lot of things to hydrate with tonight. Wasn't planning to go for very long, but I also, in that same sentence, haven't done anything to repair tonight. Caterpillar. Brokey. See, that I could have reasonable suspicion. Oh. Hello. Fancy seeing you here. What do orbs do? I know you need orbs. It says stuff like tank needs orbs. Gives them magicka and stamina. Oh, they do have a corpse! Look at that! There is genuinely an atronach corpse. I've just never noticed.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
No matter if I rope you guys blind, right? Even in his later years, Mathok Rizzo struck fear into everyone across his path. He was a massive Breton warrior with a face as chiseled and scarred as his shield. As long as he kept fighting, Mathok the Immortal would die. Weird book. Hello. Do you live here?
Another stranger. Hopefully you aren't obsessed with mucus like the last one.
Oh, you're talking about the Pyrite Priest. Let me know. Have you seen them?
Unfortunately, he kept yelling about the virtues of skin rashes and hugging the infected zombies, so we locked him in a cage. If you bring us some supplies, we'll consider setting him free. In the meantime, you can talk to the fool yourself.
Oh, I should have explained. I'm not with him. I'm just being paid to get him out of the city.
Talk to that rambling cultist if you must. Just be careful he doesn't cough on you.
What are you doing in Hillcrest? Well, I suppose I should just reiterate. Do you live here?
A merchant hired us to escort his wagon into Orcrest. When the flu broke out and the fire started, he panicked and got himself killed. He hid in a room and used his supplies to survive. But that's no way to live. Besides, these two talk too much.
But you're not friends, I take it. Interesting.
Let us know if you find new supplies. We'll need them whether we make it out of the city or not.
Are you looking for anything in particular? I take it food, water?
Water, food, bandages. A couple jugs of plum wine would be nice.
Okay. Hey, look. I found water and food in all these sacks right next to you. Oh, I'll just collect them and give them back to you in a little bit. There's some rice. Oh, look at all this stuff. Let's go talk to the priest. You look like you're sitting peachy. And a Bosmer.
By the way, do you happen to know what the fine is here in Cyrodiil for
criminal scum?
Just asking.
No, but apparently trespassing goes for about 200 septims.
Did Periite send you?
Not in the cage. What a bizarre camera to use. Your friend is waiting outside of Orcrest and is worried you've been killed.
I have to find proof that Periite is responsible for the flu, or at least something that can be misconstrued as proof. Gather accounts of the flu, and I'll join you. If not, I'll stay right here and die in my own filth, just like Periite intended.
Well, no objection from me if you'd like to sit here and die in your own filth. I can just easily be arranged. I'll be on my way.
When I was healthy and normal, no one noticed me. One day, I was afflicted with an exquisite sickness, and the entire town fawned over my deathbed. I survived, but found my true calling as an ambassador for illness. I owe my sick life to Periite.
You just like the attention. Got it. Wonder if the other guy's story is the same outside. What if he's just doing it for the attention? Well, Got my disease safety goggles on. Let's go look at some disease things safely. Although, I'm noticing a lot less disease and a lot more flame atronachs than it seems more like a realm of oblivion in here than it's sort of disease, but... If he likes attention, maybe he should just do things. Sadly, I think this is his idea of just doing things. I wonder if questing in Tamriel was this mindless before the 1 Tamriel update. Do you think you could just walk up to a Flame Atronach, cast 1 AoE healing spell, and call it a day? Or do you think you actually had to rotate spells and actually think about what you were doing in cooldowns? Because this... I mean, I get healing off of my number 3 anyway. My Adric's Spear heals me. Just apply a dot, apply that AoE. I think this also does damage. Not sure. You just sit there and you press 3 on something. I'm sure there were super combo kits you could get, like you can now. But I'm not a super combo kit. I'm just like a really run-of-the-mill Templar healer. And I just walk up to what should be... I mean, I'm using Bandit's UI. But aren't Flame Atronachs meant to be like a tier up on the regular mob? But Flame Atronachs are meant to be the 2-tier bar, not the boss. I mean, there's because there's, I think, 4 tiers. There's 4 boss. You get regular mobs, then you get the 2nd tier, not the purple or epic. Like there's like a purple bar you get in vanilla, or the actually kind of tanky mobs. But there's one before then, which is not just the regular mob. They're like the upgrade. I'll use Halo terms a bit easier for me. So you've got like the grunts and the jackals and the elites, and then you get like the commander elites, and then the commander, like the super high elites that basically run entire platoons. And the super high elites that basically run entire platoons are the mini bosses. I don't think I've ever seen a mini boss health bar outside of like specific areas though. But my point being, that's 100,000 health. That's not meant to be like a regular mob. And the follow-up, the reason that's notable is because I can just cast 1 healing spell, even without my Adric's Spear here. They're not damaging me enough. I know there's like people behind me shooting, but as far as I can tell, they're not healing. I don't know. Seems a little funny that you could just sort of AFK clear wood questing. How do you tell if it has a star? Because I'm using Bandit's UI. I know it's got the shield next to it. I'm sort of running off of memory what has what health bar, because I know for Bandits there were like very unique health bars to the UI. I really wish I could... I don't want to mess up my Bandit settings, but I really wish I could go back to vanilla for now without messing anything up. Just to show what I'm talking about. Because there's regular... Like what you see here is kind of what a regular mob used to look like. Just a plain ass boring bar. But then they'd get like fins out the side, and you'd get up to 3 fins. So there's base health bar, 1 fin, 2 fin, and 3 fin. And the 3 fins were normally what you saw bosses. But, I digress. It's all gone. If there's a way to tell... Because that guy doesn't have a shield. So maybe the shield is it. But I've only ever seen 1 shield. You can just... So, without losing all of my bandit stuff, because I spent a whole day customizing this, that would still work. Because I've got... have to reload UI though. So long as I don't hit reset frames, I should be fine, right? Because it's the attacker's, not the attacker's frame, target frame is the one I think that I'm talking about. Boss frame I've got over here. Additional target frame I think is the one that sits center. We can tick that on. See if that works. It may have crashed the game. Or just prompted a reload UI without my needing to do it, perhaps. There you go. Weirdly, Ember has got a target frame. Everyone has a target. Let's see if we might have to rush ahead of them or something to test this out. Oh, unless it's instanced. That'd be nice. So he's got a purple bar. Regular, purple. I'm pretty sure that's what the flame action arc is. It's just one tick. Apparently we're not going to get any flame action arcs up here.
Hello there!
Hello there! It is tea time. How was your stream? Is that a lot?
No. Yeah, that's a lot.
Letter to Pyrite. I know you will never read this, but I need to thank you in writing for listening to my prayers. Letter is written for you, but it is not for you. Letter is for all the non-believers, the ones who scoffed when I told them the old gods would wash away that evil. Prayed to every danger priest, you were the one who answered. The one who saw the only way to fix the city was to kill it from within and burn it to the ground. Even as the flu spreads through my body and the blood flows from my mouth, a smile crosses my face and a single phrase circles my fevered mind. Thank you. Oh. What a bizarre place at the trial. Stinky green. How long have I been by? Hour and a half.
I have fulfilled my duties.
Don't drink and that's safe. Drink only water and milk. Don't be weak. Like Skyrim. Water is health is fuck bitch. Better drink. Water drink. Water drink. Water drink. Water bitch. Drink. Water drink. Water drink. Water bitch. Drink. Water drink. Water drink. Water bitch. Drink. Water drink. Water drink. Water bitch.
Yeah, maybe it means he's diseased.
Yeah, he is diseased, but the health bar is glowing.
I have hydrated and calorated and board dance and tea time.
I forgot that reloads the UI. Let's get more raisins out. The cutout should still be warm. Boiled an hour ago. Why do I still see an ogre health bar? Hold on.
No idea. I am heading to bed. Good night though, Bird.
Good night.
And bye everybody. Then I dropped off in the best Birds chat.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Here.
Circle around!
Oh, you know, I'm not gonna be able to hear it over this Bird. It's
one healing spell. Admittedly, my companion is doing most of the combat damage. Combat damage aside, I just find it weird to think. I don't know, because on one hand,
Time to bring the lightning!
it's not like there aren't challenges in the game.
You are unclean! You are all unclean!
Oh, the shit. Okay, I'm seeing it now in bandits. Oh, I straight up died. Oh, there you go. Spoke too soon.
I'm not.
But I just noticed in Bandits UI there's a no-name, so let's go back here. The ogre has a shield. The regular bugs don't have a shield. The ogre has a shield, so that's the first tick. This is spiked shield. Let's turn it back on, let's find out. How many ticks is a spiked shield? You can do it, game. Come on. So a spiked shield is 2 ticks. Interesting.
You are unclean! You are all unclean!
Oh my word. Just gotta dodge all of her attacks, I guess. not doing too bad, like, healing-wise. This one was more dodging their attacks than it was out healing DPS or anything. But makes me wonder if a lot more fights are like that. Or if it was just sit there getting punched in the face and then out healing that DPS. Because I don't think the one Tamriel update changed how mobs worked. A lot of the trash mobs don't have special moves or AoE attacks or anything, so...
From the site!
A little part of me that does wish I could go back to the prior one Tamriel update. Just see what the world was like. Because I remember very little about the one Tamriel update. At least the game prior to that. I remember that was what I played, was over a year or so. I only got back into it when High Isle came out, and apparently it was installed this whole time. In fact, if I hadn't updated my Elder Scrolls to play High Isle, I would have still had the patch for one Tamriel was released. Because that was the last time I played. It was all the way back in 2014, 2015. Oh my good lord. Never seen that Major actually eat. I remember though, back in the day, had an Argonian who sells her tail. And one of the first things I ever did was take Salazar Tail across all of the realms, every single one. And sat myself on top of a rock next to a level, well, would have been like 60 or something, giant Daedroth, would have been? It's very interesting because I was effectively in late game zone. I don't know if it would be like Craglorn style late game zone, but it was level 60, like you were meant to have basically beaten the game to be in that area, or at least beaten all the character progression. My rash is spreading, my cough is getting worse, my nose won't stop bleeding. It's only a matter of time before it flows from my eyes. My brother only lasted 3 days after reaching the point. He was a bit stronger than me. There you go. I do remember players gawking though. I sat on a rock for most of that week actually. I'd log in for a couple of hours a day. People always came by. Just to gawk. Why is there another thing over here? Oh, is this them?
Bet they weren't expecting that.
Did you find food, water, and healing supplies?
I don't think anyone mentioned healing supplies, but I think I found a little bit of ale. Apparently, a sack of moon sugar.
Fragrant. If that crazy cultist had half a brain, he would worship you instead of Periite. Here's the key to the cage. Go free him so we can find a way out of this stinking city.
So we can find a way to... I can just walk you out if that's the problem. I don't think we were ever really at a loss for an exit.
Did you find proof that Periite caused the flu in Orcrest? Unlock this cage so we can spread his distasteful teachings. I'll meet you outside of the city. Periite willing, we'll catch the flu on the way.
Oh, okay. You don't want the proof?
We're ready. Let's get out of the city before it kills us.
Do you not want the proof?
Let's go. We can talk when we're outside of the city walls.
Do you not want me to take point? Oh, no, they found the door right there in the middle of nowhere.
Burn it!
Oh well. It was only meant to be a short stream. I just don't know how short is short. Not being very entertaining tonight either. Alright. Worshipper of Periwinkle.
Our hero arrives. We owe you our lives, friend. More importantly, you've done a great service for Periite.
Don't you want to die?
Thank you for helping me escape Orcrest. I don't think Filbert could have found more followers for Periite without me. Honestly, he probably would have just stood in this exact same place until vultures pecked his eyes out. He's not that smart.
Well, that's what we're calling the block black, I think, there, but...
I'll use the accounts of the flu you found to make non-believers think Periite was responsible for the flu in Orcrest. People really respect Daedric princes who can decimate an entire populace. Do you believe in the power of Periite?
I believe only fools follow him.
Would a fool live in constant sickness to prove his devotion?
Yes.
Would he travel Tamriel with an idiot in a hopeless attempt to convince others to do the same?
Yes.
It sounds worse when I say it out loud. In any case, I owe you. Please accept this gift.
Thank you.
I'm not upset with you. Most people don't respect Periite's power until they contract a terminal illness.
Well, if Periite was there to cure the illness, maybe he would command more respect. But since he's the one that's blemishing people, I'm pretty sure he just curses.
Thank you, friend. Without your supplies and knowledge, we would never have made it out of Orcrest. We owe you our lives.
You're just going to travel back from when she came?
These cultists hired us to protect them on their misguided missionary journeys. I think they're planning to convert us to their lost cause, but that's unlikely, since we're going to rob them blind before we reach the next town.
You could say it a little quieter, but I'm glad the story does have a happy end. You heard nothing.
I'm not upset. I could have taken you under my wing and made you a proper follower of Periite, just like I did for Filbert. He used to be the town fool, but look at him now. Actually, don't look at him right now. Wait until he takes his finger out of his nose.
Well, letter to Periite. It's first signs of the flu. A flu victim's note. All sitting here within burning distance of a fireplace, you say? How very interesting. For story reasons, I will infer those were burned at the campfire. Where are we going now? No. We are going nowhere, apparently. There is no quest marker over here in the stitches. So I suppose we return to the event in Presario. Oh no! That's number 2 complete. We just have to kill a dragon. This is the part where they normally filter out all the people with the frying pans so that they don't count towards the deaths. What a glorious Imperial horse. Everyone's off to kill the dragon. At least I know I'm not late. The mushrooms are allergic to sunlight. Oh, dragon's moving. Dragon is circling or leaving? Be careful here. Get very worried in these laggy sorts of areas. Same with the volcanoes in High Isle. Because at the end of the day, I don't see when I'm taking damage. My health bar remains full. And it'll say low health. And I just have to kind of hope that my heals are enough. It does make me want to test. For one day, I might test putting the game on low. And see if it actually loads any better. I really, really want to know if it is my net speed or not, though. If it is my net speed, then there is a reasonably high chance that after moving houses in a little while, I'll be able to play this game on high...
It is good to be rich!
On high settings. If it has nothing to do with network speed, then I won't. And that's all going to depend on whether or not it streams from the network or from the hard drive. Because either, of course, the more you have to stream, the slower the system will get. Streaming from storage, just reading off the hard drive, yeah, it's going to have to read everything at, what would it be, like a multiple of 10 or something in file size between media. We could run with a multiple of 10. I'm sorry, that's just a dead dragon here. Good lord. Did I miss this one? It looks goofy. Okay, that's a little doggy. I need to be further away than that, apparently. Good lord, how far away do you have to be? Get a fair breadth. Fair breadth away. That's almost close enough. I wish the inverse foot kinematics worked on the poses, so you could lean against things a little more fluidly. Still slightly. It'd be like... I can kind of forgive that because it's right beneath his armor plating there. I can kind of forgive that. Okay, one, should we do one or two? Let's try for another one. Oh, hang on. Forget, you need to actually turn on HUD to type in chat. That one's not so bad. These glasses were a great purchase. There we go. Come on, Baron. Where are we going next? Yeah, the bounty still. No. Going back to the Impresario over at Rimmen. Just port over. Why do I have a collection for a Persian? Maybe I will cut the texture packs down to low. It really does look like trash, but at the same time. I have technically played games that quote-unquote look worse than this thing on low. But just to show you really quick, we may even see if it runs better. The ground... It's a very interesting quality. A mixture of single pixel textures and ones that are slightly more detailed like that rock there. I think that brick right there has about 4 pixels on it. But it's weird, because in the water... Like, look at this. Even the brickwork under the water, perhaps the water's masking a little, but that doesn't look so bad. And completely zoomed out. It's not the worst. You walk up to anything that's got detailing on it though, like this. Oh, and here's another one. If you ever want to know how bad this looks, look at furniture. Furniture will show you how bad it looks on low. This actually doesn't look so shoddy. That one kind of survived. Same with this. The rug definitely didn't. It's even got like a dead pixel in the center of the rug, for heaven's sake. The tapestries are probably another one you would be able to tell. It's the same amount of polygons. Oh, the armor did load in. I wasn't sure if it was going to stay that bad or not. But no, the armor loaded in. Speaking of, how does my armor look? Still actually kind of looks okay. Hey! That's a mount you can get. Featured? There he is. I also never knew the inverse feet kinematics worked on pets. If we turn inverse feet kinematics off, I think he actually just rotates on a flat plane. Look at him go! Anyway, we'll run on low. Maybe it'll work better. We're gonna go kill another dragon once we turn in this quest. And that'll be my benchmark. Because I'm pretty sure I've run this test before. And it does not help large events like the... Look at that. The water texture. Of course, one other thing I wanted to look into was finally caving on FSR mode. Admittedly though, when I set it to performance base, it's the stuff at a distance. Like, considering turning it off renders stuff perfectly fine, and ultra quality renders it slightly worse. It seems like it's a downgrade for minor performance boost, but like that's trash over there. Like you can see the pixels not cooperating. I don't like FSR. Even if we go balanced, right? You can still just see the pixels. It's not terrible. It's like, ugh. I've not tried, for example, anti-aliasing with FXR, because that would definitely be less obvious. But it's kind of just like a blur filter being applied. If we do go to ultra high quality with temporal anti-aliasing enabled, at that point I think you're at a performance loss, even on low. But it kind of looks fine. There's like a weird shimmer as the algorithm tries to figure out where the pixels lie if they're halfway between one or the other. But again, you can just turn it off and it looks fine. Same with the anti-aliasing. Even the temporal anti-aliasing, look at the trees over there. Like you can kind of see blotchy color work in the trees. I don't know how that appears over 720p, but it's kind of blotchy color work. If I go temporal anti-aliasing, it just becomes like a blur, like they're harder to see through. In FXA, it's not ever worth it. It just kind of blurs the pixels together so that the colors are smoother, but the pixels are not changed in any way whatsoever. We'll stick with low. Let's see how low goes before we jump to too many other different settings. We're gonna go fight a dragon. If it stutters and stammers and the audio doesn't load in and all sorts of other things, then we'll go back to medium. Although, speaking of things I could do to help my computer out at the moment, I could turn off inverse fleet kinematics. Because I know that is a minor CPU load to do that. We might have to reboot the game.
You've returned.
No, I have not. I'll admit, with all of the grass and everything around, I think screen space global illumination. HBAO is the one NVIDIA has, isn't it? Must be applied and results in a screen. Super sampling ambient occlusion. That's very heavy. LSAO, HBAO. So what's none? None is nothing. HBAO is like a minor shadow. Right. Let's reload. Hey, Gradgar. Welcome in. We'll reload and see if that fixes the delay. I want to give this a decent shot though when we go down to the dragon. I want to see if it actually does load better on low. Because I do think... What happened to all of my HUD? Oh, there it is. I do think that if I have to live with a low quality terrain textures, I can. But I want benefit from it. I want the game to run smoother. And at the moment, we're not even loading audio standing still. I have no hope for the dragon. That's one person ran up and... Okay, we'll relook. I want to do this test properly. I don't want to half-ass it and then decide, oh, it's not worth it. We start from scratch, go down, we'll kill a dragon. Scuffed thingy button. We're doing this properly. Let's get everything out of page file that we can. Thank you for being retired to the Bucky Empire. Not so Bucky be told to stand down for another 72 hours. The effects layer shouldn't mess things up. That's a minor inconvenience. But you won't see anything at the moment, not while I'm not in a program currently. Oh, I also forgot to mention in my ESO news introduction, there's an ESO Plus trial. Get free access to ESO Plus for 1 month. Simply own a copy of the game and go sign up to ESO Plus, and it's free. Using the in-game crown store, I believe, is the method of acquisition. And you get 1 month free trial, which comes with all of the discounts for the Crown Plus, comes with all of the perks, including access to the entire content collection. Comes with everything. I don't know if the ESO Plus trial month gives you crowns. That would be the one thing I actually have no idea. And because I've had ESO Plus every single time a free trial has arrived, I've never actually been able to find out. How have you been, Gradigar? I'm meant to be getting Crown Crate drops, but I've not got Crown Crate drops on my channel or anyone else's at this point. I'm sure I have them enabled. And it ends in a day. GMT plus 10:30. Wait, no. So it ends in a day? Where's my crate? It says watch for an hour. Is it no, I don't have volume enabled? Is that what's happening? Fine. I'm putting my phone on like the lowest volume setting I have. Oh, Gradgar! Check this out. I've been messing around with custom filters. Custom filters. Not presets, not pre-mades, not plugins. I've been messing around with my own scripted filters. I don't know what they're calling upon. I don't know if OBS just has, or maybe they're relying on a plugin that has like a base level language markup. Point being, though, I have a new filter I could use for the scuff thingy button. Now we have what I've called crush depth, which turns this into like a, what does it do? 426 by 240. That's what crush depth is. Oh, I also found out. What's another resolution? Well, actually, you know what? We could just do a 1:1 because it doesn't change the aspect ratio. I found out these are actually plain text. I can type whatever resolution I want in here. Oh, apparently it does crush it. Okay, so that was a pre-list. It was, this one was pre-made, 426 by 240. That's almost 2:1 ratio. 420 by 240. It is like a 1.8 to 2. So what would that be? Like 210 by 120? It would be 210 by 120. That would be half the resolution of what we had before. So that was one thing I found out. That's just a text field. I can type whatever resolution scale I want in there. I could halve it again, which would be 7.5. That would be 23? Wait, half of 13 is not 13. Half of 14 is 7. Half of 5. Hang on, what? 213. Simple math. 200 halved is 100. 10 halved is 5. 3 halved is 1.5. So it'd be 106 by 60. That's a quarter of the default. But I figure that's a bit over the top and kind of muddies the original point. But what I do have, because that is a simple scaling aspect ratio that we've got here. If I go to user-defined shader, load shader from file, beep boop, beep boop, let's see what we can find. Here in the examples section, we have, how was it? Ooh, drunk. There's a drunk shader. What was the one I was looking at though? Pixelation effect and pixelation shader. So we'll reload. Link the program. We'll also put this back to a reasonable resolution. Let's not actually make it hard. 568 by 320 actually isn't even that bad in my preview. We'll go back down to the minimum predefined one. So, apparently pixelation shader isn't working. Let's go pixelation effect. There we go. We'll turn off crush depth. Now this is the entire pixelation effect on its own. Doodle scale percent, snap percent. Oh my lord. That does not appear to be working properly. Let's try 333. Ooh! Isn't that more fancy though? Like, compare that to crush depth, which is just shrinking the pixels away. I mean, let's even go back to, what was it, 106 by 60. That doesn't really convey the same effect, even if we get rid of sharpen. Apparently that... Wait, apparently getting rid of sharpen kills it. How does sharpen kill it? Like, that's kind of just mush. Because it is taking my screen capture and crushing it down. This, though, this is fancy. User-defined shade of a pixelation. I can set the pixelation to something like 15. There you go. That's just visible enough that you can almost make out that's an interface and a character. That's good enough to call a filter on a retro game. Bar the text being absolute trash. And if we turn Doodle on for some reason, it wobbles. Now I don't know why the wobble is a thing. Doodle scale percent. Snap percent. 33. The Doodle plugin seems to not be working as intended. I've seen a couple of the custom shaders break like this, and when they break, they all seem to have the same wobble effect, and I don't understand it. We can set that to 1 and 1. Whatever it seems to be doing, it's not the intended effect, but you can tell there's a chicken behind you. You can! You can actually tell it's a chicken behind us. Well, I think this filter, and this is something I tested and messed with, but I never actually saw through, I think this works a ton better than the previous one. Because this is technically a lower resolution, but it does it so much better than the pure shrink. I mean, of course, we could actually go... You've got Laxos. It's the scale filtering in here, right? So you can make it a smoother down scale. The point filtering is just pixel by pixel. That's how you get the crush depth. Filtering it smoother. Kind of defeats the purpose. So what was this? U13 by 120? That's what I think the equivalent is to this. And yet it's so much more readable with the filter. Oh my lord, if we combine the two, look at that. That's nothing, that's a Sims 1 sensor. Because that's very blurry, whereas this is very crisp. I think we're gonna make the switch. All of that is very very not scuffed away, showing off something I've been messing with while I've been not streaming, while simultaneously actually. But we can make it worse. Like this is, okay, so pixelation of 20 is where we're at the moment. That's almost unintelligible. I was showing pixelation of 10, which is here. We could go down to 8. And there's points. So if 10 and 8 are two different, like 8 you can actually start almost making out the text. When we get to 4, some of the text might even be readable. You've got 8, you were on 10. I think 10 is probably the upper limit. We got logged out. But I think this filter is so much cooler than the regular aspect scaling that comes with OBS. The original scuff filter is just a... I'll show you this. So this is the filter itself. We've got the capture, which is the game, and then we've got it all hotkey bound. Crush depth is what you normally see. So even get this up here, shall we? There's the output. So over here is the actual filters. So it's a little scuffed on the nose, perhaps even. Here is the actual capture. My mouse wiggling on it. If I turn crush depth on, it doesn't affect it because we're not staring at the game, because this affects the game, not the capture. Good job, me. Goodbye, preview. Why do I need to preview it? You can see this. You're looking at the damn game. Hang on. Okay, that was just me. Crush depth didn't work. Is it just me or did it not work? Oh, hang on. No, it didn't because it applies to the game capture, not the screen capture. Oh my lord, I'm on a roll. Ugh. Either way, crush depth, which you saw me enable, there it is, blurs things because it is at its core still turning my screen capture into tiny little pixels. It is turning a wide area into a single pixel. And for some reason, even the not having the filtering applied, it will still apply the blur. Like you can physically see the pixels. You got my mouse over here being affected because it's software mouse, but you can see the pixels over here. They are there, but they are blurry. Which I don't know why, but that one is just way more clear cut. It looks like a genuine proper filter. I've been messing with a lot of other stuff. I actually have how would I show this off? This one currently isn't perfect, but we've got a background and a bit of text sliding in and out. There you go. There's a PNG. These are transparent images. This is... I would need to turn... hang on. I need to turn the filters off. Okay, there we go. And it's left, so... Oy, oy, oy. We're on a bit of a roller coaster at the moment. I go over here, and then I turn my left monitor on. Welcome to monitor left. This is my left monitor. Here is the PNG slideshow. That's it. Slide in, slide out. It's off center. It's over there on the left of the screen. Here is my actual desktop capture with the PNGs on top of it. I'll show you here. So my layering is just the background you would see if the left monitor is not capturing, which is OWL, then the monitor capturing. So that's the layout, PNGs over the top. This one is really just kind of a show of force because I think it's really cool. But we have a color change, an image mask blend. We have color correction, which drastically changes the color. A user-defined shader here, which I don't think I'm currently using in this process. We've got rotate, which took me ages to get figured out, and I still want to change this thing because rotate at the moment, I managed to finally find a default script, or default. I managed to find a copy of a script that actually worked how I wanted. But this doesn't work how I wanted because it rotates actively, not statically. I just want it to sit. But if you notice over time, this will actually rotate and move. We can actually change the speed. This one, we change that. It is actively rotating, which I don't want it to do. I'm just setting it so low that you don't notice. After that, we apply a blur, makes things a little interesting, sharpen it so that the edges are nicer. And then this one is a zoom and a slight wobble. So that's the core of the kit. Mystery shader over here is another pulse. This is pulse down here. Let me get rid of blur and sharpen. So down here is pulse effect. Mystery shader is also pulse effect. The reason we leave mystery shader until last is because when you enable it, it's a bit of an epilepsy fit if you do it wrong. But when you do it right, you get this. You get it broken. Get it broken. Get it broken. It's broken. You get it broken. You get it broken. Why do we get it broken? How come it's broken? Why it broken? It's broken. There's no filters there. Why is it broken? I didn't break anything. Is it broken? Oh! Hold on, I figured it out. Hang on. Let me take the mystery shader back off. It's back off. Mystery shader comes back off. Now, this might start making sense soon, but if we just take this over here and smash this into the ceiling. I forgot, you can't do this half-assed because it has an epileptic fit. The one thing I cannot figure out is that there's artifacting where you can't have gaps between things. So gaps between the V, gaps between the V and the E are not working how they should be. And for some reason it's off-center again. It should not be off-center. Why is it off-center? We'll go 55. I might make it like 5 lower. That's not helping the V though. But, so now for example, that's just some kind of background effect, right? You're like, oh, that's pretty cool. Isn't that pretty cool? So if I could then have this, of course, without the artifacting, I'd get better PNGs, so they don't do this, but You could then put something over the top, like, say... I don't know. Let's just get... I wonder if I can have AFK be right back in here. Yeah, there you go. Bar a couple of really scuffed things happening at the moment. How's that for an AFK screen? Full disclosure, this is ripped almost one-to-one from the demonstration I was using. I think that website is Hexscaper, but I don't know what domain is, .com.net or what they have. But this is basically ripped one-to-one. I want to try and make something out of it, or at least take this knowledge and do something with it that's cool. But they have it as like a really, really cool... Let's get rid of that. They have it as a really cool AFK screen on their end. And all it is a display capture that they overlay... I believe they overlay the capture over the monitor so that they are just capturing the screen and then putting all those effects in place. But I had to mess around with that, and I managed to get it almost on par. They have a much more refined version. Oop. Oop. But there you go. This is an Elder Scrolls stream, right? This is an Elder Scrolls stream with a scuffed thingy button still being redeemed. I think we could probably make that a little less scuffed. What do you say? Where's my video game? New crush depth. Let's make it... I'm gonna go down to 8. I think 8 is still unintelligible enough, or at least cool enough effect, that it gets the point across, while also kind of gives you a hint of what's going on. Like, you can almost make out the Elder Scrolls there. I will leave it at 8 for now. What I now need to do, though, is get a hotkey for that set up, which I don't think I can do without restarting OBS. So the hotkey for the scuff thingy button may not work until I reboot. I need to find crush depth. We'll get rid of crush depth. But clear. I'm gonna have to add this same filter to the other one too. Yeah, I can't bind them. The new hotkeys, because of the filter hotkeys are its own plugin. That's the thing that's... So over here, filter hotkeys is its own plugin, but it won't detect the hotkey. Because reasons. So if I go crush depth, new crush depth is the old one. So 2 is toggle. If we set toggle, toggle. Oop, not multiplication. If we set toggle, toggle to number 2 on crush depth, that's the old one. And that'll turn it on while the text goes away because I've switched the toggles. Although it's not capturing the game. Game not capturing. Is that capturing the monitor? Game. What did I do? Ah, the hotkey's still enabled. That's what's doing. Oh yeah, scuffed enabled. When the text is there. Interesting. They both coordinate again, even though they were meant to be off kilter. Point being, I don't have the other one bound. We'll turn new crush depth off. I wonder if I can copy that. I can copy that. Paste. It works with backup capture, so now it'll work in Minecraft. Brush depth fix? Ooh! Oh, sorry. So we'll be living with the terrible, terrible, terrible blurry filter for now. That's what I think. It's backup capture. Is that not? Sharpen, for some reason, is weirdly combining. I don't know why. Just makes the brighters brighter. But if you turn it all the way down, like there's a perfect world where it does make the blurriness less. I've got it at 0.10. But even without the filtering, it's a very weird scaling system. Alright, how's that for a weird segue? We're going to test low graphics settings in Elder Scrolls Online now and go fight a dragon. How would you put a seizure warning on this? People have to focus on the screen in order to read it, giving them a seizure. I was giving a seizure warning specifically verbally because it's not perfect at the moment. I've got the text that says Evel, which, because there's holes in the E and between the E and the V, and that is dead center with the text, that's where the glitching effect takes place. In a perfect world, you wouldn't need to give a seizure warning because it would work properly. When the face is there, so long as it's centered, you don't have any glitching. And even with the egg, so long as the egg is centered, there's no glitching. So once it's working properly, you shouldn't need any seizure warning at all. That known route back. Oh, I'm also gonna have to get rid of my OBS preview. How are the frames over there? Because my OBS preview kind of kinks on my end. But I've been doing a lot of messing around with stuff like that. I'm happy with the outcomes, I just need to find a practical way to use any of it. The Hexscaper AFK screen I'm probably not going to use in that form. That was more just a test to see if we could figure out and reverse engineer what they had. The one part about the Hexscaper AFK screen, the epileptic seizure generator, I think there's a much better way to implement the rainbow effect as it spreads out from the PNG, which would be to apply a border to the PNG itself. However, I can't get borders to work. I can get drop shadows to work and color them however I want. And that's, I think, the next best step, is to take a drop shadow plugin and change it so that it's a drop shadow in every direction, constantly. And then effectively, that is a border. If I can get the drop shadow thing to work, or perhaps even duplicate the image and enlarge it as a means of creating a border. If the border works, it eliminates the glitching, the seizure, completely. There is absolutely no seizure mode if you get rid of the way I'm doing it and change it to a border around the PNG. Because then the PNG itself will be the source of its own effect, rather than currently it's the location of the zoom in that's the cause of the effect. What I'm doing at the moment is effectively zooming in on the egg, and then the zoom in on the egg creates the shadow around it that then wobbles, and then that shadow keeps zooming in behind itself, which is why it's a display capture over the egg. Just constantly zooming in. With the border method, so long as the border is larger than the image, which it always should be, the effect should still work because the border will apply, and then apply, and then apply, and apply, and apply. And because the image itself will be the source of the border, you lose everything with the glitching, hopefully. But I've not managed to find a border script that works yet. There's a lot of stuff you can do though with filters. It's been a lot of fun messing around and actually seeing some of the stuff you can get away with. Some of it is really cool, actually seeing the creativity you could put into just OBS itself. No program needed, nothing fancy. Apparently I'm still lagging my arse off, for the love of God. Am I gonna have to relog again because I sat so long AFK in the menu? One last time, with feeling. No, the chat should be fine. I think the chat should have always been fine because that's a browser element over the top of the game capture. And even the old filter is purely applied to the game capture. Which also means if I go AFK, because that's mirroring the game capture, any filters applied to the game capture also apply to the AFK as a weird side effect. That one is way easier to demonstrate. Let me just take away the scuff thingy button. I think we've had enough scuff thingy button, have we? But if I go filters, let's go color correction, and we're gonna say that the game is way too green. Not enough green. We need more green. There we go. How's that for a lovely green? 125 hue shift to the right. Beautiful. Now the game looks gorgeous. Doesn't that look gorgeous? Don't you think that looks gorgeous? Well, if we go to AFK, or even end of stream, it will still carry over that filter. So AFK would be this one. And then the end of stream would be this one. Because it is still mirroring the game capture. There's a lot of tricky things you can do. I thought I was complicated, but I hadn't really messed with filters all that much. And it is so nice seeing the amount of in-depth stuff you can do. Let's not live in upside down. Or should we? Should we live in upside down mode? And even make it half see-through. Now we can see the slideshow through the... Oh my good lord, who's got 3D goggles? Oh no, that is a bit of a too much. That's too heavy. How's the color though? Color good? Maybe we need more green. Oh, I just had the most evil idea, Gradgar. What if the scuff thingy button shifts the hue ever so slightly? Not enough that it's obvious, but enough that you're like, that looks weird. Here you go. I think by 20 hues, positive or negative. What's a negative 20 look like? Very green. You almost wouldn't notice. You almost wouldn't notice. What's 20? We'll just go by tens. What's 30? 30's too far. 25? 25's getting a bit too far. Negative 25. Negative 30. Like, you're starting to see in the UI now more than anything that something's off. But in the game world, it's only like a little bit off. The chicken looks a little sickly. This could be an in-game filter as much as me messing at OBS. I might add that to the scuff button. Let's get rid of color correction, shall we? Oh lord, the red! The red changed drastically there. Alright, we were gonna fight a dragon, and if it still lags out, then we're going back to medium graphics. The love of all that is holy. People just aren't loading in. That's all the lag, is people, I swear. We are still waiting on this lady to talk. I'm going. I don't know. I've apparently frozen OBS, which wasn't helping. But right. Sharpen. Gonna do that, that. Take 2. Hello, lady. Would you like to talk? Your armor hasn't even loaded in all the time I've been standing here.
This one assumes you have completed the trials and proven yourself worthy of belonging to the Elsewhere Defense Force. Show Samara what you have.
Apologies for the delay. I believe I passed the 3 trials.
This one is now proud to call you an initiate of the Dragon Defense Force of Elsewhere. Go and demonstrate your dragon-slaying prowess to the draconic menace, and spread your knowledge to others who may yet join our ranks.
Sure. Let's go fight a dragon. Apparently I don't know where any are. Why is there known root here in the wheat fields or rice fields? There's a method of growing rice, but I don't know if that is rice. Salt rice? Moon sugar, for all I know. I have no idea how the plants in Elsewhere are grown. Alright, do we have a dragon yet? Why not? Why can't I see a dragon? I'm just gonna go down here. I may not do anything during combat. Oh, he finally actually learned the animation. There's Ember, by the way. Why is the game running like such trash? It hasn't got better no matter how many times I've rebooted. Alright, something else needs to change then. If this isn't better after relogging. The game has actively gotten worse, in fact. I need to go kick some program in the pants. So I'm going to go do that real quick. This is all just to test whether turning the graphics down bloody well works. You'd think it wouldn't be such a pain to lower the graphics in a video game, but apparently my computer is just crying like a little tiny baby. Computer can't handle anything. It's whinging. Steam is also whinging at the moment. Get rid of that. Windows, where are you? Next to be kicked. Why is it capturing desktop? Why is it not capturing desktop? Am I still audible? That is one thing I've never figured out, is why desktop randomly gets captured. At this rate, we're going to have an entire segue that concludes in me just raiding out. So, yeah, why are we still capturing desktop? I don't... No, bugger it. Hang on. I have a hotkey, but I don't know if it's even going to work out here. I'm genuinely just waiting to see if it even worked. I think it did? Yes, it says thanks for watching. Why are we capturing desktop? OBS. Is this my fault or your fault? Because I left that bloody well on. Alright. My fault. How is the kicking in the pants going? Windows? Are we still kicking things in the pants? One more time. Just for fun. I want to go fight one dragon before this is over. ESO is meant to, but I'm not getting any. I feel like I've watched well more than an hour of drops. Shut down my sound program. Let's that back. And then I'm about to just open up a different program entirely at this point. Let's get him back. I was lurking in another stream for a while, and I wasn't sure if perhaps Twitch didn't count viewership without volume for the drops. Maybe there's a fair chance it doesn't count without volume. Or not messed around with that kind of stuff before. But well over an hour worth of watching. And I don't think I got my drop. Harumph. I've also, I should have drops enabled for Smite too, for anyone else that plays Smite. When I get that loaded up. Okay. Done the kicking in the pants. Let's find out. It's very bizarre seeing the even lower resolution scuff thingy button on my phone. I'll get the better filter applied once I reboot OBS though. Once I reboot OBS, the new hotkeys will be there in the list and I can bind them to the same key, and I'll delete the old ones. Simple as that. Okay. We're gonna go find a dragon. That's it. That's the entire quest for the past hour and a half, is go find a dragon. That's it. Go find a dragon. Can we do it? Let's get rid of the Steam overlay for a second though. Alright. Everything loaded in pretty good. Rag picker. Aline Sinyan. Are you actually the rag picker? No. Yes.
Look out, everyone. Tamriel's best duo is back.
Off we go. Everything seems to be loading pretty okay. So, fingers crossed we're going to walk up to this dragon and we're not going to have any audio issues. Maybe. Off we go to the north.
KHAJIIT, light my path through this madness.
This one still won't change. My new favorite horse. Did they go the wrong way? And did I follow them going the wrong way? Possibly. Like, the game, with the grass and with all of the plants, and even with the ambient occlusion on now, really doesn't look much worse. Like, if I'm being perfectly honest, it really doesn't. But the minor noticeable terrible textures you get, I think the ambient occlusion and the foliage actually does its work. What I want to see is a notable performance increase when we actually get to this dragon, although it's probably not going to be alive by the time we get there. They're being killed off too quickly for that. I thought I was a tool KHAJIIT, but there is some KHAJIIT out here that I can't see. So far, look, I'll give it credit, the game does seem to be running better now that we kicked a bunch of programs in the pants. Because this has been the one thing that's honestly probably kept me out of doing end game content more than anything else, has been that when I get to a giant boss... Oh, hello dead dragon. When I get to a giant boss, anything with a lot of particle effects or a lot of effects in general, kind of just have to sit by and pretend I know what's happening. Of course he's flown all the way up there. I don't have a way shrine over there. Alright. If we can get to... Actually, maybe that... We got all the way up here. Away from the way shrine. I'm just gonna have to find another portal. We're just gonna have to walk. And find as many way shrines as we can. I'm not spending 1,000 septims to go visit one prematurely, though. I almost thought, wow, that shading engine is really weird. What happened to the shadows here that made them so blotchy? I forgot, my trees are just trash now. That's kind of sad. Considering that one still looks fine. This one even still looks fine. Like, you can do a lot with very little. Effect-wise. Where are we going? Let's see if I can live with it. Where are you guys going? I do not see any way shrines anywhere. I thought that was one, but it's not. That looks like it's one, but it's probably not. That is probably a shrine down there. Besides there, I really, really want to hope there's one somewhere along this pathway. But that's probably a dungeon or something. Looking at where the way shrines are that we know, got one over here, one over here, They're all kind of misshapen circles like this. They don't have the spire in the middle visibly on the map, which does give credit for that possibly being one. But that seems like a really random shot in the dark. As far as hunting down away shrines goes, Elsewhere leaves a lot just to trial and error. A lot of places you can look at a map and instantly tell. Well, you can get the coffers from... We're almost close enough that if that was a way shrine, it should have popped on the compass. It's bamboo. Are the other plants bamboo as well? Yeah, that's definitely not a way shrine. Where's this dragon at now? This one's super far up north. I haven't even looked up north for way shrines. Likely got one there. Script jelly. One above my hair. You're like a younger me. Oh well. Had to be done. Oh well. Let's go get the way shrine all the way out here, and then we'll travel to the northmost way shrine we know of. Beep beep boop. Beep beep boop. This went from like a mission to go get event stuff to just dawdling around very quickly. Admittedly with like a 40-minute interlude while we stared at filters. I'm probably going to cut that out of the VOD. It was nothing burger. And if I ever do use them, they'll be in another VOD in the future. 40-minute do-nothing session where we only end up coming back to the game to fight the graphic settings for slightly longer. It's also very interesting that display capture works no matter what. I'm actually really curious. Knowing display capture seems to work even when I lock the computer. Does that mean I could switch people? Can I stream OBS and then switch user accounts with display capture running and still have it work? For that matter, could I run OBS, switch users and open a program that it's set to detect and still have it capture the program on a different user account? How, I don't know if I'd say invasive or in-depth is the capture technique of OBS. I mean, maybe we switch users. Considering we only locked the screen, we were still technically logged in. Maybe we would get as far as logging out or switching users, and it would clearly just put all of my programs to sleep or something, and then OBS would obviously disconnect. Where is this dragon, by the way? This one in Orcrest. Can it come out of Orcrest? Hiccups. It went south. I'm going north. Honestly, if I want to just babysit a location where I know a dragon would be, it would be south of here. Bugger it. Let's go. It's been 3 hours, and I think an hour and a half of that has been gameplay? Game, are you okay? I dropped the settings, and that's genuinely the first time I think I've ever had the game lag out like that. Very interesting. You know what? No, we're going north, because by the time I get there, we're not going to be able to cash in anyway. I'm calling the dragon's bluff. We're going to the next location before it spawns. Have a look. Oh, we had some items expire. I thought we had them lasting for another 20 or so hours. Although that was Unicorn Brigade. There may have been some stuff expiring elsewhere. that I didn't know. Game! What is going on? Okay, this is actually a first for me. What drive is Elder Scrolls Online saved to? Should be my H drive, which is a economy drive, to be fair. No, didn't I move it to my S drive? Pretty sure when I started playing the game seriously, I moved it to my super fast. It's a jig portal! Let's go. It is not on my speedy drive, it is on my economy drive still. Maybe that's due for a change. It's like 100 gigabytes. I can shuffle 100 gigabytes around. In fact, I'm certain there's 100 gigabytes I don't need anymore that I can shuffle around. I need to go there. Yes, there is a ray shrine over there. There's also one right here, I believe. Or... there's also one... Yes, no, there's one there. There's one there. We're gonna go to that one first. Hello, Skeleman. Goodbye, Skeleman. Because I know this place awkwardly well, considering I don't travel much in Northern Elsewhere. But hear me out. I did once sit in this part of the map for 4 hours flipping a coin, waiting for someone to walk past. Was it actually Rimmen? No, it was Riverhold that I went to, because that's got the river south of it. I sat on the bridge outside the south of Riverhold there. I sat... I think it's at this intersection here. The T-junction. Pretty sure I also sat right here for a very long time. I had lean back coin, but I don't know. Lean back coin, is that... I get lean back coin. Yes. So that was the animation I used, and I sat against this lamppost for a few hours. A lot more in line than this ever was, but... There you go. That took about 40 minutes. No success. They left past the south of that undead camp, all the way over to... I think they made it to Rimmen, only shortly, and then they left. And there was another dragon that spawned over here. And they came back, teleported back to kill it. That was when I went to the T-junction. I had this portal over here that I went first and ran. Dragon should spawn somewhere southwest of where I'm standing on that post. But I lurked in this part of Northern Elsewhere for close to 4 hours. I had but one goal. A very simple, very easy-going mission that day. It was simply wait for someone to appear, then message them and go, hey kid, do you want some potions? And then trade them poisons. That was it. That was my whole goal for that entire day. I was a skooma peddler, pretending to be a potion seller. Come on, 2. Apparently I'm not loading. But I am going to... Get out of that. I can see the things that kill me, I just don't see them killing me actively. It's a very interesting thing. But it does appear as though I'm going to have to actually put the game on my speedy drive. That one swoop hit me and killed me. 16,000 damage. I only have 16,000 health. Thankfully we still get paid. And the ghost can hold a real loot. The ghost will not be holding a real loot because I never pulled one out. Well, I don't know if I'd say that ran worse. I don't even know if I'd say that was on par. That definitely seemed better, but at the same time, I've had the game completely lag out entire chunks of the map. Look at this. It's doing it again here. An entire chunk of the map is just not loaded in. I think I'm gonna have to move Elder Scrolls to my speedy drive. Oh yeah, this is where I left my Argonian. In fact, if I log on over in NA, my Argonian's probably still here. Sitting right next to that sapling here. A small tree, and I think I'm just sat there. I know this is under pressure, but we gotta figure out a way to get this game under control. My inventory is full. Does that mean I left stuff over on the dragon? Did I leave stuff on the dragon? Well, if I did, it's gone, so... It's an obvious for now. I need to move it off of my H drive onto my S drive. I know there's going to be a lot of people loading in with all their fancy clothes too. So if there's ever going to be a crunch time to test how the game handles all these new settings, it's going to be now. Because it is other player characters that, well, more accurately, I think it's all the effects. Every piece of clothing comes with effects, whether it be just a shader model. A bit of lighting on the ground like that. Everything has its own texture. You're not only loading in their gear, you're also loading in their outfit. What I look like is not what I'm using. So you've got their armor, then you've got their equipment. Then you've got whatever they're wearing vanity-wise, personality-wise. It shouldn't be this bad. Like, this is a bit... There's a lot of stuff to load in. And this is where the game falls apart, because it loads in placeholder characters. Then it loads in the really shoddy version once it's got everything pulled up. Where's my bird, by the way? And then it has to load in the actual good-looking textures. Even on low. You can probably get that. I love how someone is trying to hike the price. Average 11,000. Max Magicka, Max Magicka, Max Magicka, Max Magicka. It can't be worth that much. Where's my music? I thought I had music on. Wax-sealed heavy sack, half-digested document pouch, half-digested adventurer's backpack. Again. See, these were all compressed, right? Unlocking them is likely just to take up the last 6 spaces in my inventory again. And it's all treasure that I have to sell. Alright, so that's a no-go. We also got all of these stolen goods. And that's sold to merchants for gold. Get rid of the glyphs. Alright. I do have something else I need to do in Elder Scrolls before we switch, which is going to be taking over one of my secondaries. I think I've been working on Engargia being the character that I had crafting mats on. I'm pretty happy with Mortolga and banking stuff for now, because I don't think Mortolga is going to be doing much. Even though Mortolga is going to be the character that I level for trials, or at least, you know, I want to put in a bit more effort and get Mortolga up to some kind of standard for normal trials and normal dungeons. So I'm happy for Mortolga, despite doing endgame content, to just bank everything. And Gargier, on the other hand, is almost exclusively just a mailbox for everyone else to send stuff to. So I want Engargia to be able to deconstruct stuff with the skill set to get the mats out of it that I want. So I'm burning a lot of materials on Engargia. I'm leaving her the ornate stuff and I'm leaving her the intricate stuff. But I'm also burning anything green and lower on Engargia, just regular deconstruction. Because I need her to level up to the point where she can just take trash and mulch it down herself without needing to switch to my Master Crafter. Mortolga is next in line, because I do plan on using Mortolga, and it would be nice to not need to switch characters in order to get that mulch happening when you get too many items in your inventory. Oh, beautiful, we're here. So first things first, let's go do the dailies, because they give us XP and inspiration as well. We'll mulch everything down first, then we'll do the dailies. The way I do this is Mandrasa, who is my Master Crafter, takes everything out of the banks that has a magnifying glass on it. So anything that can be researched is held by Mandrasa. It is impossible for me to research, or for me to deconstruct something that I haven't already got looked up. Even though, because it's character-based, oh, bugger off. The research is character-based, so that's why you have a Master Crafter and not just a person with an account. I have to put Engargia, or have to put work in order to get all of the same crafting writs, all of the same crafting motives. She will have to do everything that Andras has already done. So, all I want, no research, we're not doing any of that. We're not crafting anything. What we're doing is just getting the deconstruction perk so that we get the rare mats of things. Now, even though there's magnifying glasses here, Andrasa has all the stuff that Andrasa hasn't researched. Engargia hasn't researched anything. But Andrasa has researched every single one of these already. Andrasa has training gloves. Andrasa has impenetrable sash. Andrasa has infused boots. So we can safely scrap everything here and get another 4 levels there. And still get mats out of it. It's not a complete waste. But the reason I'm doing green and lower, I've got a blue in here that I picked up apparently, but I'm doing green and lower because these higher tier, these higher quality pieces of equipment have a chance of dropping something. We did get iridium grains, which is nice, but they have a chance of dropping more. So I don't know if it scales with the amount of stuff you deconstruct or if it is purely just random chance based on color. I usually save up a fair bit though, and do it all in one go. Even so, can't hurt. Can't hurt just to do everything at the same time. And play it safe. Which is what I'm trying to do. So, I could go sink a couple of thousand septims into Engadgia right now. I don't think... Jewelry is going to be the one that's actually going to be the most painful. Enchanting would be next in line. Almost anything here to where it can go. Prismatic recovery. I have a prismatic... I crafted a prismatic recovery. Wait, that's banked. Prismatic is not cheap. Suggested 7,000, craft cost 4,600. So that's not the one I needed for the quest. The one I need for the quest, there's a glyph in that recipe that costs ridiculous amount on its own. But the writ is paying out something like 200. I kind of want to greed for it, but it's so expensive. Get rid of that. I didn't realize I had a prismatic recovery. I'm pretty sure that's a different rune. It's the essence rune is the one that cost the bucket load to get. What I was saying is that I could go just sink a bit of money into Engadgia here and just buy a couple of things for her to melt. There's usually a few guild traders in the area that'll have something super cheap. We are missing red rye beer. Sir, you have some red? You have roast corn. Thank you. I think provisioning has got to be the one thing I am the least excited to relevel. It's fine. It's not the most painful to level. I think jewelry has the most painful to level. Just because you can only ever research one trait at a time. But jewelry was the first one I ever finished. To counterbalance that, jewelry was the fastest despite being the slowest. I also finished woodworking. Since logging in today, all of my woodworking finished, checked out. Joss has got all of the traits for jewelry woodworking done. The tailoring bench is probably next closest, but I'm missing a lot of Nernhoned. And the blacksmithing is going to be last. Because I've kind of slacked a little bit on blacksmithing. No provisioning. There we go. Let's get rid of the provisioning. And that clears my bank out. And I'm fairly well cleared out as well. Down to 35 inventory space on Engadgia. Get rid of the pets. Now, Aaron?
Deposit?
Yes. We'll put the stuff away. There's not enough here to mulch down that's worthwhile. But I might go shopping. Let's see if we can find anything worthwhile picking up at the guild stations over here. know what? Do I have Ember? I do not have Ember. So sad. We should go get Ember, though. It's nice having a companion that's actually capable of dealing a little bit of damage. Oh, before we forget, since we're over here on KHAJIIT, we'll pick up a riding lesson for the day.
Some see.
How am I going to move? How do you move the Elder Scrolls Online installation? Maybe that's why I didn't do it, is because it's a pain in the ass and I'll just have to install it from scratch. Is there a way to move Prismatic Onslaught? Isn't that what I need? Pretty sure Prismatic Onslaught is the one I actually need. It's Prismatic something, which is why I was so surprised I had one banked. I need jewelry. Anything super cheap would be super lovely right now. Platinum intricate. So worth 600. Really? Interesting. Oh, I'm wearing my training gear crafted by Imjasa. Look at that. Pokemon community game, where have you been? Where have you been all day? Wow. I forgot I even had that. Have I not been live? Have I just thought I've been live? Is this a fever dream? I hope none of these are special to anyone in particular. Although I suppose if they were special, they wouldn't be sold on here for pennies to the pound. Fingerless gauntlets I don't need, though. We got some intricate stuff down here that's apparently selling way overpriced, but it's under 500. So it's a good deal for me. I'm even going to step on 500 for a blue. 500 for a purple! Well, that's going in the bank. Jasa can have that. 600 for a purple. You know what? Yeah. I appreciate the business. I'll even step up my budget a little bit there. And then we'll buy everything below. I don't know if this stuff is here for sticker book. Like, there's gotta be a reason people put stuff up dirt cheap like this. Like, at this point, there's intricate stuff here, which is fine. That's what I'm looking for. Must be one of those every little bit counts types things. But still, it's nice. We got 200 here. We'll take your intricate stuff as well. Another purple for 500. Blues at 500, maybe. Not greens. My game froze. My game is back. There we go. What about jewelry? One last look. Yeah, we're good. Mats, while I'm here. Furnishing materials. Are they lower? No, you're selling them way above price. Aren't they worth... Wait. They're selling at 500 each. They've gone down a lot. Even mundane runes seem to have gone down a lot. I guess we got more people. Dawn prisms. Dawn prisms here in High Isle. 15k each. They've slipped onto the radar. They've got 9 days left. Horse chalk. I gotta come back and get those. Well, the first person got majority of our sales, but let's see. I want to look for intricate. Why did I just hear a ding? Or why did I have 5 notifications? 2 messages on Discord too, and it's 2 in the morning. Didn't even check the price. I was just mindlessly pressing E on things with intricate. Was not even verifying that I was buying something worthwhile. Grab the 2 blues here. I'm out of gold. It has been a good trade. I have bought a lot of trash. We're now going to mulch it all down and hopefully get... I would be happy with 6 blacksmithing levels. Let's get 6 levels in blacksmithing. I'll be lucky if I get 1 in jewelry. If even. Hold on. Come back. Come back, come back, come back. Oh wait, no. Load. Do something. Go back. What quest did I miss? Oh, it's provisioning. Never mind. There's a provisioning quest marker over on one of the RIP boards at the moment. Did we buy anything at the light armor station? No. Did we buy... Oh, hang on. Yes, we did. Oh, someone just did Sunspire. I wonder if Sunspire pays out much more than you. Now we'd be able to carry most of this 70, I believe. It would be so nice if there was a take all items, but I understand that might cause issues. You know what feature I would absolutely love with guild trading? Is a cart and checkout system. Allow me to put items in a cart and check out all at once. I guess that wouldn't really work because each item can have a different vendor, or the same vendor, different salesperson. So I don't know how you'd make it work on the server side, but I just want to pile things in a checkout cart and then have them all delivered in a single delivery. Even like parts, like, you know, you can fit 6 in here. Because this is a bit tedious. I have no idea how many of these are unique items that I could bind to Umdrasa. I bought most of them to dump XP onto Ungargia here, so... Did we not have music? What keeps happening to my music? I swear that's gonna be the 3rd time that I've realized that there's no music playing for some reason. Has it not played any one time I've hit that hotkey? What items sold? Let's actually... We'll give Ngaji a little bit of money. Dragon's Blood expired. The Rosen expired. No music. And the Tempering Alloy expired. I don't know if we actually have that many on ready now.
Do-dee-da-dee-da-doo, fla-sa-dee-dee-da-doo-dee-dee-do-doo. Scooby-ba-ba-ba.
I swear. I know I've been away from streaming for like a week, but I swear I have hit my music hotkey 3 times now. Hey look! We did have items unclaimed. This really hasn't been much of a stream. I mean, it didn't help. We took like an hour segue. Okay. Bird?
They're not better.
Oh my lord, all of this is so high leveled. So many intricate. We're gonna get a fair amount of woodcrafting levels out of this. I might be able to put a couple of perks into my econ. In fact, let's have a look. We got 4 points. Let's make sure we can't do that already. Extraction +1. Not jewelry. Oh, we've got hireling? Why do we have hireling? We're never going to upgrade anything. Why do we have hireling on enchanting? That's just... Raveling, it's nice. Metal extraction, we don't. We've got 13 more men. Oh! I think I finally fixed text-to-speech playing the board animation too. No, I don't know to this day why that was happening in the first place. But it shouldn't happen anymore. What I ended up doing was uploading a transparent PNG image for the actual redemption itself. For some reason, it looks as though a redemption with no asset that plays will call on a different asset to play. It could have genuinely been a bug, but I'm not actually sure. All I know is that it should be fixed because I uploaded a blank PNG now instead, which it should actively call on instead of the other redeems animation. I checked every part though. I checked it wasn't just a passive animation used in the overlay for shop redeems in general. I checked the redemption options, everything. It didn't even share a category. It was squeaky clean. But I even tested it, like, while I was offline. I sat there and I kept testing and trying to figure out what was causing it. No idea. But at the very least, it shouldn't happen anymore. As far as solving the mystery, that'll be for another time. 24, 25, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5 levels. 4 elegant blinding. I think we need level 32. And we're level 29 including. For the final level on Unraveling. And that's all I need. Just Unraveling. We don't need tanning expertise or anything like that. Did we get any jewelry whatsoever? No. We'll leave woodworking to last. Let's have a look over here. You know what I would actually appreciate infinitely more than an add all mail to inventory button? It would be the add all items to the deconstruct table. That was a level and a bit. I actually thought that would be so much more. This is 22. We need 10 levels. If we can make it to 32, we can get our 3rd level of woodcrafting expertise. Let's see how well we do. This is, what, $20,000 worth of materials here? 52 items scrapped. Level 22, we need 10 levels. I'm expecting 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13! Well over and beyond. So that was the woodworking. We've got wood extraction 3 out of 3 now. We've got the woodworking extraction that we want. We might as well take hireling. Why not? Look at that though! Woodworking is done. So we don't need... well... now, this character is on par with my Master Crafter for deconstruction. Should be, in theory. Because with deconstruction, or wood extraction 3, it'll maximize the chance of extracting woodworking ingredients and allows the refining of the most powerful resins from raw materials. That's the one where you get stuff out of items, which is what I want. So, that's woodworking done. Now it is just on par, which is super cool. Hey, Blue! Welcome in. Suppose... before we do log out, let's make sure we're not holding anything.
Ah!
Just food. Just food. Literally just food. Good. A Meowth. I wish the Pokemon community game, I want to know the actual chance of capture. There's another Pokemon game I've seen some other people using. Crazy Willy has it. And it actually tells you the capture rate and escape rate of all the Pokemon that appear. It's cheated with an Ultra Ball. A little. Honestly, I don't know how I have so much money in my... Pocket money? I don't know how to tell. Oh, Pokemoney is a thing! Wow. I'm sorry. $559,689? When? I don't own the extension. I can't give myself money. I could just buy 15 Ultra Balls. How much does a Master Ball cost? 10 is not an item, right? Also, I didn't even open shop properly. Can I afford 10 Master Balls? I can't buy a Master Ball? Wait, there's no guaranteed capture Master Ball? Don't make me go to my own about section on my phone and actually look at the shop. I can't buy buy that higher. Why not? What does a great ball cost? Can I get 100 of them? For fuck's sake. What? Am I poor now? No, not even a fraction of my money is spent. I own 100 great balls. Not even a fraction of them. Well, I suppose we'll just round off my ultra balls. We'll go to 100. I'm actually 10 over. Buy 10,000 Pokeballs. No, can't buy more than 100 at once. Well, that seems like a bit of a heavy limitation, considering how much damn money I have for some reason. 100 will be fine. Why do I have so much money? Is it like passive income just for sitting there? There's no way it's just passive income just for being in chat, right? That would be way too busted. But I say that, my money is way too busted. If it isn't passive income, I have no idea where I've got that money. That's actually insane. What can you buy? I'm gonna have to go look in the shop. I'll go figure out if Dark Raid is streaming and we'll go lurk in the shop over there and find out what we can buy. Wonder. Love what your robes look like now. When they actually load in. Oh god, they've loaded in, haven't they? That's what they look like, don't they? On low. Oh no. What was I doing? I need Baron. There's a dragon. Oh, we gotta go kill that. Come on, Baron.
Ah! I want it.
We got like 50 spots free. Come here. Da, da, da. I can't do anything. Ah. I got kicked. Rude. At least I walked a little bit away from the dragon before I got kicked. It'd be a nasty surprise if I load back into another dragon. There we go. So many people are dead! No! I died. I wasn't standing in anything. Okay, that one I don't even take credit for. Must have been a tail whip or something I wasn't watching. Can I at least get a single hit off? I need a single hit. Single hit or heal. Single hit or heal. Fuck's sake! I quit. That's it.
I'm not leaving you.
Well, I'll have a look at getting the game running a bit better next time. It does run a little better, given I still lagged out a little bit, but things were loading quicker. We'll stick with the low settings for now, and ambient occlusion and the foliage is going to have to take the brunt of it. And we're just not going to look at cliff faces, because cliff faces are scary and blurry, blotchy. But we're going to have to find someone to raid out to. It's only meant to be a short stream. Have I had the scuffed thingy button up this whole time? My thumbnail just scared the crap out of me. I loaded up Twitch on my phone. My thumbnail scared the crap out of me. Just then, it showed the scuff thingy button had been up. Please don't tell me that's been on there. Either way, let's see who else is on. As Hex is playing Sonic Mania, Satan's Left Shoe is playing Darkest Dungeon. You know what? I think we're gonna go watch Satan's Left Shoe play Darkest Dungeon. It was not. Oh, good. Okay. My thumbnail gave me a heart attack then. That was unfair. I loaded up my phone on Twitch and it just had the scuff thingy button front and center as my thumbnail for the video. But it was only going to be a short stream today. I'm probably going to tempt fate and go find something to eat. I mean, I say that, I had noodles before stream. Surprised that hasn't done anything drastic. I really am starting to think it was just the cheese sauce and that I actually do have a culprit this whole time that I could have been blaming. And I was just pointing everywhere except the cheese sauce, but cheese sauce is gone. So fingers crossed, that means that I no longer have to sit not doing anything. The fear of needing to rush to the restroom spontaneously. I need to also figure out how to move Elder Scrolls Online as well. That's going to be something I need. But we'll figure it out. Hopefully, when I come back next time, the Draggers will be loading a little smoother. The terrain will completely lag out. Because I do want to log back in. We've got 10 days left, 9 now, for the event. I know it's a little blurry, but the Season of Dragon celebration for 9 days. For Northern Elsewhere, and I believe also Southern Elsewhere, you can just get paid to kill dragons, it seems. But you know what? We're not going to end on a sour note. We missed out on the dragon. You know what we're going to end on? An unboxing stream. We have grapes. We have counterfeit pardon edict. Look at that. You ever get in trouble? I'll send you a couple of these. Apparently they bind on pickup, so I don't think I can send you any of them. Ooh, Elsewhere carpet, gold ruby. I might have to make one of those in my house. We have a grooming brush, 2 soul gems already filled, ancestor silk robe, mats, and spell gel. Is a treasure worth 40. We have 2 soul gems, staff of frost, shredded pants, tomato garlic chutney, and a werewolf musk oil, like a wolf. Chewed Bosma. That's not very nice. I don't imagine the Bosma tastes that good, covered in greens. Barlock Bray's arm crops, dragon thread, an ingredient for crafting in the Palatine style. I don't have many of those. Reaches of Marauder's Haste, a Southern Elsewhere treasure map. You know, I have a hunch I've already got too many of these. Yep. And a stuffed bird brooch. Look at that, it's like a quail thing. We're gonna have to leave that one for now because I can't take the map out of there. Apparently we need to just go treasure hunting in Southern Elsewhere because I've got about 6 of these across all of my characters. Mortolga has one, and Gargia has one. I've got one banked. Pretty sure I've traded one away to someone at some point, and I've got one here in Amjasa, and we cannot take more than one because it's unique. But we're just going to find out where the Southern Elsewhere treasure map is, and we're going to run in like a circle around that place, picking up crafting materials, and looting that treasure map so many times. We have the Undertaker's Bow, a smeared Tahima's warrant, is a treasure. This weathered poster features an artist's rendering of the exclusive KHAJIIT crime boss, Tahima, and another dragon thread. Style page, Claude Dance Acolyte braces. Icefire Tongs treasure. Blue, not bad. And heavy Anaquina shoulder pauldrons. Armine Shield Silk, which is a style material for Shield of Sensual. I don't have a lot of. Bullets and Marauder's Haste. A sweet drink mug. Oh, I could use a sweet drink right now. I can make myself a Galliano. Dragon Thread. KHAJIIT Death Coin. Some KHAJIIT believe the Kenarothi will only whisk them away from the afterlife if the price is right. That's phrased poorly. Is that meant to imply you can buy your way out of death? And more Dragon Thread. I'm liking this Dragon Thread, though. Where is this? Southern Elsewhere Treasure Map 1. I've got so many Southern Elsewhere Treasure Map 1s. Let's just go find it. I got distracted and immediately went back and playing the game, didn't I? Oh, I know where that is! Shit. Hang on. Where have I seen that? Is that down south? Oh, no, we're in Northern Elsewhere. In the wrong place. We need Southern Elsewhere. It's here. Want to put money on it? It's somewhere there, from memory. Are we gambling? We're gambling a sub. Who wants to put that money down? Who wants to gamble a sub? It's kind of unfair because I'm almost certain I'm correct. I mean, it's really easy to just go, yeah, I'm right. But I mean, that is kind of an unfair advantage. My encyclopedic knowledge of places I've been to. Lore of the game, names of places. Is that a gamble people are willing to take? Are we going to walk over to this spot on the map? And is that going to have our treasure? The Southern Elsewhere Treasure Map 1. Looking too. It looks like there's a river. That's the only part throwing me off because it means it could be there, the river coming along here, and there's the gap, but that's not high enough. Oh, the money was on this being the location. I've now placed the seed of doubt in my own brain that that's not even the right spot. Looking around, I have to stick with my gut. There's a lot of rivers near a lot of cliffs, though. No one wants to take me up on the bet? If I'm wrong, I still donate a sub. That's the rules. But I'm trying to think, too. It's a very narrow passageway. That's one of the key things I do remember. Small enough that it could be there. You wouldn't see the passageway on the map. I'm not sure, though, because of how the shading on the map works, whether or not it is here, because that looks like the right kind of geometry to be that peak there. I know none of that's traversable, but the river is what's throwing me off, because there's no river. Nothing. There is a very wide river there. You've got a waterfall somewhere along here. Is what makes me think that it might even be this spot here. I've actually completely second-guessed myself out of my confidence in that whole bet. I've second-guessed my confidence down to like almost a 10% chance now. It really could even be that spot there. Because look. They both are they're both really tall pylons. If that's the key feature, is the really tall pylons surrounded by nothing. And both this spot here and this spot, where was it? Here. They're both super tall jutting pylons. Nothing else matches. So I'm throwing a 50-50 down at it being the wrong spot down here, south of the place. Okay, well, I'm putting a sub down. I suppose if anyone wants to bet against me. We're going with the original location, which is the one south of Forgotten Main. Let's find out if I'm right. I'm starting to think I'm not. I'm starting to think it's the one to the north. We have to find a way up there first. Maybe that'll be... I mean, this will be how we end stream. Finding this, whether or not I'm right or wrong. Finding it is going to be how we end stream, because I want to clear out and get this one out of my backpack for when we log in next. We're gonna have to go to that outpost. I think by the time we reach this place here, I'm going to know for certain if it's north or south. You'll be able to tell, I'm pretty sure, just by looking north or looking south. Pretty sure it'll give its location away. And I really have gaslit myself into thinking I'm not right. I was so certain I was right. To be fair, I think I did nail it down to a 50-50. I just need to figure out... Are we gonna have to go all the way around north? I mean, that's a straight up waterfall. Oh, that does not bode well. Hang on. No, I know it was North Pole waterfall. And it's the wrong one if it's north of that waterfall. How do we get all the way over there, though? I don't see a way to. I see a lot of terrain that looks traversable, but nothing that actually seems to be practically explorable. Right. I think I actually bet on the wrong... I think I've actually bet on the wrong answer here. That's the place to the south. And that's the pylon all the way over there. Due west of us is the one I didn't guess. I think I actually did get it wrong. But I don't see a way to get to either of these places. That's all mountains. If there's a drawbridge across... So it almost looks like you could come up from the south. That's all encaved in. Maybe there's a way up around there. Is there a way through this place? Mm. Apparently nothing here. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find either. Not there, is it? I'm gonna be wrong on 3 counts. Oh wow, it might even be over there to the northeast. That's even worse. That's being wrong. Oh no, it is too. It is too. After all of that, I was wrong twice. That's a bit embarrassing. Thought I was such hot stuff remembering these locations. Thought I could pull it out of my ass reading a map like that. Got it wrong not only once but twice. Neither location I listed was even remotely close. Is there a bridge across here? There's a fjord here. Wonder how long until my mushroom horse will grow legs. Wait, is it? Oh, now I'm not even sure if it's here. I gotta get across the river first. Ow. Very annoying, kind of being stun locked like that. Is there really no way? I won't know if this is a doorway until after everyone's dead, will I? I was blocking, thank you very much. Apparently shot dead for 1 billion damage. Actually was 20,000 damage. Right. Well, at least now we can find out if this is a doorway. The game is running quite abysmally worse than normal. It is loading faster, and that's what's curious to me. The door is firmly sealed from the other side. It's loading faster, which is good. But everything is also just not loading at all, which is bad. It's my horse. Speaking of where's my horse, where's this? We're just gonna end up following the river, front to back, to find this place. Where else could it be? There's nothing here. The pylons. There's a pylon here. I'm sure we could find from the south across. Would be a way. I swear it's down here. I'm still going with my gut. But I'm way less confident in it. And apparently the river goes back down here. There's waterfalls on either end. That's interesting. I would love a way shrine up here though. That would be nice. I guess we gotta go down. La da da. Alright. And we make it across the river. There is apparently dead people. Apparently a way across over here. This just looks like another waterfall. Serge, how are you doing?
Good eye. I didn't even see that runestone at first.
There's gotta be a way up there. But this place is a bloody mess when it wants to be. We have a bridge across here. But does this take us where we need to go, or does this just lead us to the same spot we were before? No bridge across there, but can we Skyrim our way up? There's very clearly something right there. It's a bridge! Do we have to go through the temple then? No animations, no need to load. Oh, okay. There's no temple, it's just here. That works. And then I suppose we walk up these parts, and the actual temple is at the top. By the looks of it. I actually got knocked off visibly that time. Okay, so we're at the top of the temple. This is probably some kind of content dungeon. I don't think we come out the other side. No, it doesn't look like we go out the other end. Padlocked, padlocked. Everything looks ransacked too. God, the low textures do kind of irk me, but I'm sticking with them for now. I'm gonna move the game's files across, and we're gonna see if they actually do run any better. If the answer is no, I'm not keeping these god-awful low texture quality. Like, this isn't even a texture. This is just a pixel. It's a color. In a different game, that would be fine. But not one that actually then sits right next to this. Even this tree looks kind of okay. This rock, it's just one color. But verdict is in. Looks like we can't actually get to this side of the... I didn't jump. Nailed it. We'll live with it. I'm gonna persist. We'll reinstall it on my faster drive. And fingers crossed next time I boot up the game we'll have less buffering issues. I still do not know if they are hardware based, because it could be because of my old economy drive giving out. Actually, it's not an old economy drive. I replaced it a year back. I could move it to the SSD, very selfishly, considering I don't use the SSD. It's meant to be my new OS drive, but then my OS drive kind of got better, quote unquote got better. Physical hard drives don't get better, they just tell you not to use bad sectors anymore. So that place over there doesn't have a way to get across where I think the 3 locations we were looking at. We can get across to there. I still think the location is down here at one of these pylons, but we're just gonna have to follow the river and see where it takes us, because at this rate I'm gonna end up doing a whole lap. I might still be right. That's the thing that kind of sucks. After all of this, I put a sub down on the table. That was my bet. And I still might be right, even after all of this humming and erring about. This sack is suspiciously lumpy and lightly snoring. What are you doing?
Look, whatever happened last night was just divine talking. That is not who I am. A little too much to drink and these things happen. Let's not make it weird.
Is someone gonna throw you in the river?
I didn't leave Senchal with you last night. Ooh, well that makes this easier. You mind taking me back to Black Heights? My sister's probably worried, and I'm really in no shape for hiking right now.
You're not gonna rob me like the last cat that did this, are you?
Sometimes I have a little too much to drink when I'm enjoying a night out, and I get picked up by someone who thinks passing out in their lap after rubbing against their legs is so cute. I get it. I'd want to take me home too, but I'm not some stray.
How does that get you in a sack by a river?
Ew, no. Usually, I wake up on a pillow in someone's room and have to explain that I'm not going to be their pet. Sometimes I have to claw my way out of a window, but that is preferable to the talk. So, can I go home now?
Can I get the necklace as collateral? Might feel better about taking another essential in my backpack if there's collateral involved. Alright, so judging by the way the terrain looks over there, I don't think you can actually get over there. Does that rule that out? No, you can. Look, there's a road. You absolutely can. I forgot to jump again. Spending soul gems at a rate that is actually embarrassing, considering all I'm doing is looking for a pylon. At this rate, I'm not only going to be donating a sub as part of this bed, I'm going to be buying bloody soul gems to replace my lost stash. Alright, this is a lot further down than I was hoping. Oh, it's also coincidentally exactly where I need to be.
Never trusted Ambassador Tarinder. At least we'll have an embassy in Eldenburg.
Yeah. You know what the line Sahara cries Sashara cries harder is quite the line of the script. Page 19? Don't tell me there's an entire play stripped out across all of Elsewhere. It's about 30 pages long and you have to go treasure hunting all of them. So where are we taking you? I'm kind of breaking and entering at this point to try and find your home. Oh, essential, right? You don't mind if, You're not going to tell anyone I stole from this house, are you? Not when I'm still suspecting you as a would-be thief, too. A colourful KHAJIIT. What if I told you the flare of the silk-draped streets of Central couldn't hold a candle to the tiny village in the hills of the 10-mile forest? Would you believe it? I do not exaggerate when I say that Black Heights is dripping with color, quite literally. Where are we taking you to? Wait, weren't we just in Juice's house? Piranha. Raji. Whose house is this then?
Take a breath, Kaishka, before you face.
There's a marker.
Where Juisa just swept. You're as bad as her sister.
Speaking of your sister, I think I have them.
Why do you bother this one? Juisa has much work to do. Always cleaning, always fixing. This one is the only one in this family who works. No one else even offers. Too busy painting deadbeats.
Well, your sister was in a sack, I presume, nearly thrown in a river, although I don't know why it was so half-assed that they were left on land.
By the moons, what has Janessa gotten into this time? Did she steal your drinks? Break something you left sitting on the bar? Claw the eyes out of someone you know?
No, I just found her in a sack, next to a river.
That is a first then. Usually when she stumbles home after a few nights out, there is a trail of destruction that follows. Take some gold for your trouble, and dump her out, Walker. The little troublemaker doesn't deserve your pity.
Oh! Hey! I said carry me home, not toss me!
If not for them, you'd be in a gutter or buried in a pile of potato sacks, more likely. What did you do this time?
Don't talk down to me! I mean, you know what I mean. Cutting loose once in your life would do you some good.
Joissa is glad you think so. Thank you for volunteering to take over her chores while she takes the week off.
Ugh, kill me.
Right. Back to treasure hunting, which was meant to be like a tiny little last bit. I was ending stream because I actually lagged out so bad I couldn't hit a dragon and claim prize for hitting the dragon. That kind of hurt. Kind of stunk a little bit. Why are you worshipping the Slowed Kings over here? Is this something else entirely? It didn't look like an orb, but it did look very similar. I don't see this hitting you at all.
I was having fun with that one.
Alright, up the path we go. I don't know what they're doing here. This place goes outside the map. I probably shouldn't be in here. Da da da. It's definitely not where we need to be at the very least. Oh. Cool. Even got its own music. Well, I'm sure that'll be explained in time. Nothing to be concerned about in the slightest, I'm sure. So, I am almost certain I have been up there. Because I am certain I have jumped off. But we will continue south because I can't keep searching the same area and nothing. What I do need to figure out... Maybe we'll head to that place there. are so few way shrines in this place. So, at this point, I might have to backtrack to I have no idea where it is at all. What's that? It's rather ominous. Whole island shrouded in a bubble. So you've got the one closest, and there's the barrier that's like encased in cliff all the way around. And the one further away over there. What do you not look? Either of them. Apparently we're just here though. So many of these places are familiar. That's what I think is completely annoying me the most. But I've just pinned familiar apparently just to everything. If it's familiar, it's because it's the place I'm looking for, not because I've been there before for a different reason, which is very misleading. Can I get across here? Oh, easy. Apparently have no actual filtering system between familiar and familiar because I can remember 1,000 different areas of the map I've been to. Not one of them are the location I thought they were. I'm gonna walk north across this bridge because I've been in that tower before. Some reason, tower is familiar. Oh, okay. That tower being familiar has apparently struck a resonance with me again as well, being related to the treasure. We have nothing to the north that would be worthy of being called a pylon, except for that. That there. Being called a pylon. Only I had any way shrines on the map. This is all very interesting. I think we're going to stick to our guns, go down south and check out the place that I thought it was in the first place. Before we go on any more detours, the game has gone completely silent during morning. Oh, for the love. How bad is the game loading at the moment? This has happened. Is it my connection? Is my connection actually tanking? I'm not sure. I don't think I have my phone on Wi-Fi. No, phone's not on Wi-Fi. Alright! All I need to do is find this location. Stand on the spot where the sand mound is located at. Why do I always have the wrong stave out too? My primary stave is my primary stave for a reason. The game keeps equipping my other one. Okay, so once we find this spot... Hey, there's another tower over there. Yeah, no, something is wrong with the game. The latest patch may have negatively affected the game, so I'm gonna be hopefully finding a way to move the game files across to a different drive. Shouldn't be too much trouble. I'm just gonna clear out a couple of games from the old drive, and then I figure I won't be able to move the game, so I'll probably just reinstall it. But we'll see. I might get rid of Red Dead 2 or something. Red Dead 2 is great fun, but I'm not likely to play it. Anytime in the near future, at least. And it's massive, so that'll make great space for Elder Scrolls Online. Actually, Red Dead 2 is not even on my high priority drive. On my internet, it'll take a day. My internet, I'll just leave it running overnight or for a day or two, and that should be fine. I went cheap and nasty, but with no limitations. So, I'll never be charged extra for doing something, but it will take a little while. I don't mind. Saved a few pennies, because I don't have to share internet. I'm never going to annoy anyone by doing something like that. Okay, so we're down at the beach. There's the dome. There's the tower. But where the hell is our treasure? At this rate, I'm actually going to have to leave it inconclusive. I did put a sub down as a bet. I bet the treasure was right here. But I've not found a way to get here, here, or even here to find out whether I'm right or wrong. I'm certain that checks out on the map. The map looks fine, but I can't figure out why or how to get up there. Why I can't, or how to. Sometimes I really do wish this game had flying mounts. It would be kind of easy just to get to places you're not meant to if you just could equip a flying mount and just glide up there. But like, here's a river. So the one clue that we're now having to lean on for this hint is that it looks like it's swampy, marshy, water. So it even looks like there's a bridge over there. It may not be, it could just be a valley. Might have nothing to do with the water. But this kind of looks... This is something else that's throwing me off. This here looks like it's just completely blocked off despite being traversable. This is all blocked off by vines. There's a place in High IO like this too, where it's completely blocked off, but it looks like it's just a completely developed area, part of the map you can get to. So I don't know if that is the case. Or they've done their due diligence stopping people getting through, if that is the case. But if that is the case, I need to get in there. Because I'm pretty sure that's where the treasure is. And then you get around, it's all cliff face, it's barricaded off. Look, again, barricaded off, but it's like you can get in there. It's this weird mix of like completely developed zone and also not allowed to go in. Almost feels like that's possible. I'm certain they would have thought about that too. So then we have a building over here that I think we can enter. I don't know if it has something on the other side. Is there an other side? Temple is here. It's a book. It's another page from the... Hey, page 9. We've got page 9 and 19. Interesting they are marked by that crate though. This person been standing here this whole time? No, apparently there's something here that you do request, I guess. But now we're almost up to the top of the map. As far as finding a way to that location, not a clue. I'm gonna have to figure out somewhere else. And the next biggest pylon I can find is here. As far as the terrain and the map goes, looking for pieces of land that stick out more so than the other pieces of land around them. That's the next piece of land. The thing that I'm really confused about is that it was a narrow passageway like this that I'm meant to be looking for. Only we can't get, even if we follow that river, there's no way to take that river and climb up into that area. For one, I need to find a better way up there than that. I do not know what's going on. Honestly, the game wasn't running so bad on medium graphics, and I don't know if I want to blame changing the graphics settings because we reboot the game a handful of times since then, but something is completely messed up. Get some bugglers. There's another waterfall up there. As far as I can tell, there is no way to get to any of the locations that I have pinned where the treasure was going to be. And I feel like I have to stumble around blindly now to try and figure out what location I've missed. Because there's only so many locations on the map that even have any inclination of there being a pylon with a small valley between them. A set of pylons. I don't know if I'm gonna have to call it just because the game is running so trashy at the moment. I'm being attacked by things I can't see. I'm being to be fair, most of the time I have been killed by damage I haven't noticed. It's been a one-shot anyway, but... This is the Black Heights way, sure. Alright, so let's change our tactics. Is it between one of these pylons, and that is the place to go? My goal was to find this location, dig up the treasure, and then get the next treasure out of this crate here. Let's head south. The pylons, I think, are over there. That's them. Dragon dead down there. Is there another one spawning right here? I mean, I don't mind if I do. That's gonna hurt. It's just not running. Even if I don't know. The game has never ran this trash before. I almost want to like test, see if and I got... Okay. The game has never run this trash. I do not know what's going on with the game and we missed out on another dragon. Not that I could cast anything that time. We just flat lagged out so bad that we couldn't do anything. Yeah, no, none of the characters even loaded in their silhouettes. I don't get any sounds. The game is actively, seemingly tearing itself apart. I don't know if there's a verify. I'm gonna copy the files, uninstall the game, and see if I can reinstall it in the new location. I don't know if copying the files is a good or a bad idea. If the files themselves are the problem, maybe refresh install would just be fine. But this is some of the... Look at this! The sounds just aren't loading, for one. I'm seeing this man swing at nothing. I didn't see anyone else have this issue, though. Although, I don't normally see many other people having ESO performance issues. Yeah. That's kind of a me thing, I figure. Do we have to go through this area here? Is it one way? Or can we go through this area? I like the big giant black square. I think this is a one-way. So, circling back around to try and... I have not found a single location anywhere on this map that has looked even remotely close to what I thought I was looking for. I mean, I found them from the map, but then walking up to them, it was a couple of, oh yeah, that could be it, followed by not even close. We sometimes get audio load in though. Look at that, we had like 4 sound effects. I heard throwing knives despite never seeing a single rogue in my travels through that cavern. So if we go down, let's just go down on the beach. Dead Hover. Let's just go down. Maybe through here. It's not through, but maybe if we keep blindly running around Southern Elsewhere, we'll find it. So my location was here. I'm going to leave the marker there. I do have a sub riding on it, but I, for the life of me, can't figure out how to get to any of these locations. I know it is a tall piece of land that you can walk behind. So, see that spike? It's a spike like that, but much bigger. In fact, I even have the damn map. You go down here, you can see it. It's drawn on the map. Giant spike. Smaller spike. Bunch of trees, probably can't get up there. And it's behind the big giant pylon. The thing that's throwing me off is this all looks like reeds, but it could just be grass. I might be overreading that. The smudge doesn't help. But behind that big giant rock is where we're meant to look. I thought this big giant rock was next to a waterfall, and this is all water, but I guess that's not correct. Which means that we now need to look for still a pylon. It should look like a pylon, like this. This right here is a jutting piece of rock. I thought it was behind it. But now we need to find one that seems to be next to a valley as opposed to next to a river. The only three I've found, this is like a rather large one. That's a pylon. That's a pylon. And then over here you could have said that's a pylon. Now those three are all pylons. Those are correct picks. But none of them have the location needed. So then we keep looking. Anywhere with a valley that's got a large jutting piece of land next to it. Got one here, I suppose. Got one down south. Kind of got a valley, or at least a cliff, running along next to it. That seems way higher than the land next to it, is the problem. And then you've got... That's basically it. I found this place months ago. And I made note back then to make repeat visits, and I can't for the life of me find it even once now. It's a little baffling. I'm gonna go back here. It's got a vantage point, so we might just have to leave it. Controller deleting performance are telling me if it's my hardware. Not if VSO is patched on to use all of my hardware. But besides that, it won't. I can guarantee you this is not using all of the read-write speed the hard drive has. Because even this game has run better than this.
I'm getting to see all sorts of places traveling with you.
But besides that, I want to know if it's network or hard drive. And performance won't tell me if it's network. It'll tell me how much hard drive the game is using, but it won't tell me if it is or. I will know when I move houses though, because I'm getting a fiber to the house 500 symmetrical connection. Nerd this time, not just me, so it won't just be mid-tier average connection, it'll actually be a good connection but split. If, even saying that though, if it is based on network and not on hard drive read-write speed, I will notice it for damn sure when I move houses. I need to get up there. I can just jump. If nothing changes at the new house, then it's safe to say it is hard drive. Maybe moving it to the SSD would be beneficial. Because if it is entirely local performance problems, exacerbated by the last update, to be fair,
Let me go.
I can minimize local performance using the SSD. Be the first game that bloody well needs it. Not even Red Dead Redemption 2 needed the SSD to run on Ultra. That game ran smooth as baby's bottom. Hell, even Cyberpunk ran pretty well. I had a Western Digital Red running Cyberpunk, but I put it pretty early on the drive. It was one of the first programs I installed on the Red disk, so it had pretty decent read-write speeds off the disk. That had a couple of pop-in issues though. Cyberpunk was like the first time I noticed SSDs are probably going to start being needed. But it wasn't terrible. That's the temple grounds again. I really am at a loss actually for where I need to go. Every pylon I've seen, got pylons over there apparently. Is that those ones? I've never found how to get to any pylon that I've seen. Ugh. Humbug. I'm gonna have to call it. I am just stumbling around blindly at this point. And unless I blindly stumble into it in the next 3 minutes, I'm gonna have to concede because the game is running worse than it's ever run before in its life. And I need to go fix that. It is quite bizarre that it was running fine when I started up and it's only gotten worse since changing to low settings. You know what? Sate my curiosity game. I'll change it back before we relog. Does it actually run better on medium? Is this some weird pseudo-reverse psychology where you're actually going to stream assets way smoother on medium? Well, we still have audio cut out, so that's no different. Okay, we're at the top of the mountain, looking down over whatever that place is. I don't know that place. Like, topographically, I don't notice anything that stands out like the spot. There's no silhouette that screams to me it's where I need to go. Although at this time of night, maybe there's nothing that I would notice anyway. I mean, you've got that piece of land there, and the bit between it, but that's way too wide. Not even anything behind us, really. That piece there kind of looks like from the drawing. Like it's from the drawing. But there's no pylon next to it. It's just that piece alone. The closest you've got, I think, is that over there. Which is that one there, which again, we cannot find a way to actually access. This has been an exercise in frustration more than anything. Simply because everywhere I go it looks familiar and I think, oh, that's gotta be the place. Followed by it not being the place. So I'm just gonna have to concede for tonight. I haven't really gone and got myself in a fight to test whether medium settings actually stream assets better, but audio is still absolutely biting the dust at the moment, so back to low. I'm gonna go see how I can manage to merge across to a different hard drive. And we're gonna go see who else is online. No Dust is online. Let's see. Eve is playing Project Zomboid. Guru playing Need for Speed Most Wanted. A good one. Tuna Pickle is playing It Takes Two. There's Hex is playing Sonic Mania again. You know what? How long has Satan's Left Shoe been on? 4 hours. Should we go see Satan's Left Shoe? That was who I was going to read before, and they are still playing Darkest Dungeon at the moment while I get this game fixed. I was actually originally planning to end this at about 2.5, 3 hours in and switch to a different game, but yeah, like I ever actually have a schedule that I stick to. I do owe Sparkle a cup of tea, and you'll have to take my word for it that I'm going to go get one now. But we're gonna go say hi to Satan. I don't actually know if that's his name, but that's what he uses in Discord, so... They do play a lot of Dead by Daylight as well. That's their usual forte. And they are known to be quite a whiz at Phasmophobia. That's where I've learnt most of my tricks. God, that horse looks terrible with low-resolution textures. It's somehow more grotesque than with medium textures on. Well, you know what I should do? Let's have a look at the horse in high definition, shall we? Ooh, look at him. Oh, I can't spin the horse, but he's over there. With his cookie-shaped mushrooms and weird fleshless muscles beneath. Oh, it's actually fur. You can see the fur sticking out. Weird mushroom horse. I haven't left anything else awkward on, have I? I think the only thing I turned on that I didn't have on before was ambient occlusion, but this is not explained by a simple ambient occlusion modifier. Especially not HBAO, which should be GPU loaded anyway. Right. If you want some raid messages, I'm going to spam them all in chat. We've got the global emotes for those who want them. We've got the fancy animated ones for those who want those. Or for 100 channel points, you can take any of my standard emotes with you for the next 24 hours wherever you would like to go. I will be back later. I don't know when. I'll see you in Satan's chat. Satan's shoe? I'll see you in Satan's shoe!